18th, 2025. I want to welcome everyone to the Board of Finance budget hearing. I'll call the meeting to order. Ask that we please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing after the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yesterday, we heard the terrible news that Peter Grace, superintendent of H. Smith Richardson Golf Course, passed away. Peter served Fairfield with dedication for 24 years, and this is a loss that will be felt deeply by his colleagues in the community. I want to extend our sympathies to Peter's wife, his family, friends, and co-workers here in town, and ask that we observe a moment of silence in his memory. Everyone. Good members of the public, this is the fourth of a series of Board of Finance hearings related to the fiscal 25-26 budget that will continue throughout the month. And on April 2nd, the board will vote on the recommended budget sent to the RTM. After tonight, there are two hearings scheduled, one this Thursday, March 20th, one on Tuesday, March 25th, during which we'll hear from various departments as listed on the budget schedule posted on the town website. On Saturday morning, March 29th at 9:30 a.m., there's a public budget hearing scheduled at Ward High School, and that hearing is devoted solely to public comment on the budget. If there are remaining items to be discussed or follow-up issues after that date, we will meet again on Monday, March 31st, prior to the April 2nd vote. Residents are encouraged to send comments and questions in writing to the board via the link on the Board of Finance page on the town website. We also provide a forum for live public comment that's pertinent to the budget topics on each hearing's agenda. Live comment can be provided in person or via Zoom. Public comments limited to 3 minutes per person, and it will take place after the board's deliberations. Public comment is an opportunity to make a statement, but it is not an interactive Q&A format. If residents have questions or want to have a discussion on any particular item, please use the link on the town website to reach out to board members in writing. If you are on Zoom and wish to make a statement this evening relative to tonight's agenda topics, please use the chat to indicate your name and address and that you'd like to be heard. You can do that at any time prior to the end of the meeting. And again, we'll have just for public comment after the board's deliberations are completed. Just as for my colleagues, as a housekeeping item, you have a fairly lengthy list of questions from prior meetings. I've been keeping track of those. I think Mr. Harris has been keeping track of them as well. But for the board's information, I did upload those questions to the online Q&A budget document, so board members can check there for responses to their questions. They will also be posted. They should also be provided as meeting backup when they come up during, if they're applicable to a future meeting. And any of those that were follow-up items that require further discussion will be provided as public backup for the agenda next Tuesday, March 26th. And again, that would be the Q&A and any responsive materials to those that are follow-up. Any questions on that? So we'll move to item 3, which is Capital Projects Department 5080. And that begins that is on page 145 of the budget book. Give everybody a minute to get there. And we have Eli Gazal here. Welcome, Eli. Who will you want to just take us through the highlights of this budget?
You want me to give a brief introduction as to why we created this?
Absolutely, Mr. Gerber.
This department was something that I wanted to do since I was actually on the RTM. And then campaigning. I always felt a sense of frustration about the management of large capital projects and how they tracked through to through it from inception to completion, how it seemed like projects were getting lost in the capital projects lists. When they were picked up again, certain changes were made without the public or stakeholders being appropriately informed. It always seemed like there was a disconnect between this board, your board, and other boards, and where the projects actually stood. And then when projects were completed or in the process of being completed, often there was no real tracking to the original budgets and explanation of variances to budgets. When I was meeting people at the doors, I met some people who worked for large construction companies who felt quite strongly that what we lacked in town was internal capital project management expertise. I looked into it further, and I felt that what we had in Fairfield was, an engineering department that did some engineering and then did some project management, and a lot of times didn't have the ability to actually run the projects like a project manager would, as tightly as it should be. Before I got here, one project manager was hired. That was Eli Gazal, within engineering, and he did a great job running the Penfield project, getting the fill, removed and that rebuilt. But it wasn't enough. So, and I think, when I first got here, there was some discomfort, capital, the waterfall, the project's updates, and certain projects that had been sort of, they're neglected for some period of time, and then, or people were unsure of where they stood. So this was a concerted effort to switch certain people to a department where capital project management was their focus, and that's what we did under Eli's leadership. Now, really, what their purpose is to, from inception through completion, and also looking back at and doing analyses of what was right, what we done, what we learned, keeping that knowledge in-house, budgets versus actuals. Every time there's a change order, to actually really dig into those change orders instead of and dig deep into them, sure that we don't get taken advantage of or spend money working on. And so far, I think it's worked really well, and I'd like to expand it over time. Make sure that all of our projects, to the extent possible, are done in-house to the extent possible. We don't have enough people right now to do all of our projects, to manage all of our projects in-house, but it is a lot less expensive, and it's it should be more reliable. So that was the purpose, and that is why we have this new group.
Thanks for taking this on, Eli.
Yeah, no problem.
Bring it over to you.
So, Bill pretty much said it all, but, so the Capital Projects and Operations Department has been established to oversee and manage the planning, execution, and completion of projects that have been approved and authorized. We coordinate and work with all town departments, WPCA, fire, police, parks and rec, library, engineering, DPW, and conservation. In front of you is a budget for what is needed for the to fully manage these projects. We try to keep it as slim as possible, 11 lines. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Ruggiero?
It's very hard to look at the budget when we can't compare it off of something. So can you walk me through where each one of these expenses, because my understanding is this is just a reorganization and the cost could have been in other places. So I'm just trying to figure out where those costs were, because I would expect to see those budgets go down. And I wasn't really seeing that. So I see like, it looked like two were coming out of engineering, but could you just walk me through we have 6 heads, I believe, 7 heads, and where they're all coming from?
And just so you know, there is an open request for that schedule. We didn't get it back yet, but that was it's one of the open questions in the online documents. So maybe walk us through it, but we would like to see it in writing.
Yeah, I would love to see it in writing, but it's hard to even be able to ask questions on the night when we don't know what that looks like.
Agreed.
Yeah, tonight.
Yeah, I don't know how to walk through that.
Yeah, I know you want to do this with the group, but there was a request before about where the folks in the department came from. Basically, they all came from engineering. But,
WPCA also, right?
yeah, and WPCA. So,
I think.
but I know you want to,
There's other expenses too here, so I think what we're trying to say is that's why we asked for a comparative analysis, so we could see what is new and what is a change in geography. So since the biggest expense is personnel, maybe Eli, you walk us through that, but I still want to get that schedule. And just, one of the requests months ago was that any structural changes in the budget is something we really need to have, so.
And it can't be all coming out of engineering. There's only a few.
Yeah, no, it's not. So
That doesn't even.
So go ahead, let's let Eli walk us through.
Yeah, so just as far as the personnel, I'll speak to myself and the project managers. There's 2 personnel coming out of engineering. That was me originally, and there was a civil senior engineer within engineering. There was also a project manager at the WPCA. That's getting transferred to capital projects now, but it will be charged back to the WPCA. And then there was a park superintendent through Parks and Rec that was also transferred over and being part of this department now.
Can you tell us each position and where they came from?
Pastor.
I'm looking at your personnel summaries.
Yep.
I want you to each position where they came
Sure. So capital projects and operations is engineering,
from. And that position was what for?
project manager.
Project manager.
And then the 2 I'm gonna skip down to the project managers. There's 3 of them. One of them came from engineering. And that was a senior civil engineer.
Senior civil.
The other one was a project manager that came from WPCA,
What was that position? From deputy
project manager. And then there was park superintendent. So he from parks. Then Dave, do you want to speak to the grants?
Well, the financial analyst would be.
Financial analysts and grants were coming out of the finance department and moved to capital projects, and risk is a new position. Financial
And
and
these 2 heads came from the finance department?
correct. The grants piece has largely been dealing with the projects. Financial analyst has been almost exclusively working on capital projects items already. So those are transferred to be specifically built into that specific part of the primary focus area.
So why don't we see finance then going down 2 heads?
We did show that it's going down.
It's only going down one head.
Yeah, the grants manager was in the budget part-time, budgeted part-time. The financial analyst was full-time, and she's going away. The
The net increase, Tom, between those two departments from year to year?
the increase would be the risk manager.
No, you just told me that the grant manager was, grant manager was a half
Was half.
position, and now it's one. So to me, that's.
Yeah, it moved from
Five.
He was in the budget as a part-time. He moved to full-time. He left the company, now he's in the budget full-time for school 26,
What was the grant manager in the budget for last year?
part-time.
40,560.
Part-time.
So now we're going a half position more, increase.
Correct, for the grant manager.
Yep. And then there's a new risk manager.
That is a newly created position.
That's 1.5 positions added to this year's budget. Okay.
So the risk manager is the position for the 76,000 in this capital projects and operations group, right?
Correct. And the grants manager at the extra half FTE is the same half FTE that's been spoken about over the last 6 months at nauseam. Risk manager piece was something that's been spoken about since last budget process and throughout the year at this board. So we loaded it into the budget essentially at a Board of Finance price.
Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, what was the financial analyst called in last year's budget in your department, Tom?
Financial analyst, I believe. That is
They
Sabrina.
didn't have the manager position attached to it?
Excuse me.
They didn't have the manager position attached to it?
Last year, I don't believe so.
And how much did the salary go up from the financial analyst / manager from last year's finance budget?
It was it says 97,754 in the budget book, but
It's a PETA step.
it's a PETA stat. We don't know did that not have the salary increase in it for contingency? Because that's another schedule we're still don't have.
Correct. So it's a step plus 2 contract settlements loaded in.
So what's the actual salary? So is that 97,754 the current salary or not?
That
Or is that
is,
missing a raise from last year that was budgeted in contingency?
there's two raise factors plus another step. So the 114,822 to 22 would match their contract for what this year and that salary and step should be.
So it's not a change based on, is that a change based on a promotion and adding the manager title, or is it just,
No,
okay, it's
that's-
just,
that's not, and some of the, some of
it's
this
just
is.
a normal increase?
And some of this is trying to continue to align with the way it's actually supposed to be phrased within the contracts and what they actually match up to. This originally was forecast to be the old contract manager, DPW, and then turned into a financial analyst.
Yep.
So the financial analyst went from 97,754 to 114,822. And then the grant manager, which I know we talked about at previous meetings, was going from a half a head to a full head. And that was in here at 40,000. But then we went to the 98,500, correct?
Correct.
So then I guess, Eli, can you just show, what is this giant credit that we have? Where was that historically?
The capitalization expenses?
Yeah, where would we have seen
I
that?
do not believe historic. Or, but let Tom.
Yeah, that is new. I mean, so the plan would be to identify costs that this group incurs for a capital project, capitalize that. I mean, that is typically done where companies have construction groups that do construction projects.
So this is a result of a change in accounting that you guys are doing?
This would be a new, policy. It is something we've discussed with accountants. But it is something that is done in many industries. I mean, for instance, I mean, where I came from in Time Water, we had a group, that's how they were, I mean, they did construction projects full-time. And all of those costs were capitalized. So it is something that's often done.
So, follow up, if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
No.
What, I know you say it's often done, but why would we do that as opposed to just, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is going to pay for some of the salaries in this. And I understand you said that from an accounting standpoint, this is done. But what's the benefit of doing it that way as opposed to just accounting for it as straight salary and paying for it that way?
I mean, there's no, it's just the question of whether you want to take costs that are incurred to increase the life of something or, extend the life of something and capitalize it rather than expensing it. It's,
And so the logic.
no, I mean, there's no, otherwise there's no benefit to
No
it.
reason to do.
I mean,
Is there like, is there a tax reason or accounting reason to do it this way? Is there a?
Spread your cost.
no, so one logic is that if we were outsourcing this project management, it would be capitalized,
I get that.
it would be bonded. So when you're doing it internally, you can treat it the same way. In fact, and we've never done this, you're also allowed to capitalize interest costs too on a construction project. We don't do that either, but the idea here is that if we were, to the extent, and I also had an open question because I asked for, and we didn't get it yet. I want to see the calculation of how we came up with that number. I asked for the calculation. I just got a very generic explanation with no calculation, but it's important to understand, I think, for this board, what is the policy? We want to see the policy signed off by our auditor. And then why do we believe that half of the salaries are going to be capitalizable, I guess, under the policy? Because, some things are eligible for capitalization and some things aren't. So to me, I'll just say I'm comfortable with this conceptually. I'm not comfortable that we have the information that we need for the budget, because I think we need the actual policy that's going to set forth what qualifies for capitalization. That has to be, our auditor has to be on board with that. And then we need to understand how this number has been calculated in a way that would fit into the policy, because certain costs are not capitalizable, right? Like for example, Eli, I know you spent a lot of time putting together the Dwight RFP. That's not capitalizable.
Correct.
Anything pre-designed doesn't qualify. So
Acting as a project manager is.
right, certain elements of a project that you spend time on are. So I think
The accounting is very specific.
it's
as to
very
what-
specific.
I mean,
Right.
it's
So
very specific. You gotta track all your time. You gotta be able to show where you used it. And then you gotta be able to show the project that you're working on and the amortization schedule that accompanies that. It is a very specific thing. And is this policy even written?
no, I don't.
So how do you
we
count
don't
this?
have it.
Where, is it written though?
Well, the concept of what we want to do is written.
No, is it, do we have a policy for our
So, I
town?
mean, I think there's several parts to it. One is to get agreement on the concept to do it. The auditor has signed off on that. The next part is to put in place a policy to identify the specific projects they're going to work on and their activities and track those. And that is what we capitalized. In terms of putting together the budget, I mean, we haven't done this before. So it's really just an educated guess in terms of the percentage of cost that will be capitalized.
Okay. But then where, like, how are you, if you're taking this in? So just so I understand, the policy is not written for the town or approved upon or
Just the
anything.
concept of being able to do it.
Capitalized expenses is obviously, yes, a concept we have. But how are you then amortizing this? And where's that expense reflected?
And, well, it depends on the project that they work on. If it's a project that has a 10-year life and they're building something, it'll be amortized over 10 years. I mean, the important piece is to put in place a policy and a procedure to track the costs. And that is the piece that we need to do, to make sure that we have identified the costs, the activities that will be capitalized, and then to be able to track those costs.
So right now, there's no.
That has not been done. We've just really, we received approval from the auditor about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So that is the next step in the process.
Mr. White?
I kind of worry about like where this could stop. I mean, like, why not the engineering people that are working on the projects? I mean, he was doing this last year as a project manager and an engineer. You could have argued last year that we could have put this policy in place. What about the Board of Ed? You know, we're gonna start seeing, you know, people that work on capital projects, the Board of Ed's getting, I mean, this is not a lot of money. I don't,
Yeah, I mean,
it's a lot of traction. I don't know why.
right now, those costs are being they're being paid to outsiders and
No, I
state
don't mean that. I
capitalized.
mean people that like work at the Board of Ed, like,
Angeles or?
Angela, yes. I mean, like, right? So, and why wouldn't you do the engineering department? They work on the project, so why would it stop at just this group? Is that,
Where do you draw the line?
where do you draw the line? It's not a lot of money. I mean, I'd rather just cover it out of debt service or some other reserve, because that way we're not tracking, we're not capitalizing it, we're not doing anything, so. And I have a follow-up question too. As far as your engineering role going forward, you're an engineer.
Correct.
And you're now a project manager.
Yep.
Is there an engineering function in this new role that you're gonna still perform for these projects?
You would have to have, my degree is in civil engineering, but my career is through project management. So having a civil engineering background or having any engineering background will be able to help you look at drawings, identify risks, study constructability. Oh, is this constructible? Is this not constructible? What materials are being used out in the field? What materials are being preferred? So yeah, there's definitely an engineering aspect to it.
Okay.
More of a focus on the project management side.
Okay, so you'll still rely on Bill's department to do the engineering part of these projects?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there are subject matter experts, as we like to call them.
Mr. Walsh?
So you have project managers work under you right now, right? Okay, so what kind of billing software are you using for that? To track of, I presume you're doing it like 6-minute increments, like 1/10 of an hour, right?
As of right now, we are not tracking
Why not?
our time.
Why not? Don't you want to capitalize them?
That's for next year.
Oh, so we're not gonna do it this year, we're only gonna do it next.
It's here.
What software is the town buying to do that? Be able to bill time for each of the project managers, including the manager, obviously, who's gonna be working on this stuff too. You plan on capitalizing your costs, right? Correct. Anybody else other than you and the project managers?
I do not believe so.
Okay. You identified?
No, I mean, I don't know what is available.
Keeping software you're gonna be using?
Yeah, I don't know that you necessarily need a software system to do it. It preferably you would have. I don't know what's available in Paycom. There may be something within Paycom that we can use, but it's that we haven't really gotten to the point of being able to put in place the specifics in terms of how we're gonna track the costs. But hopefully, there's something in Paycom. Otherwise, you can do it manually. They're gonna be, I think that in terms of the time that's spent on projects, it's not gonna be very small increments in terms of time. They're gonna spend a significant amount of time on a particular project and, in terms of hours. So, I don't know, that's a piece that we've gotta sit down and go through in terms of putting a policy in place to do.
Well, you'd have to kind of keep track of the time.
Well, that's what I'm
I mean, like, somebody calls on a project, right? One of the projects, say they're managing 4 or 5 projects. They call on one project, you get a telephone call. That telephone call lasts 10 minutes. You got to put down a 0.2.
Well, the person who does that will be responsible for doing that. And again, if you have a system to do it, that is the preferred way to do it. But if there isn't a system in place, it's going to be incumbent upon that individual to track his or her time.
And it's got to be accurate, right? Because, it's got to match up.
It needs to be reasonably accurate, yes.
Reasonably accurate, meaning it should be pretty accurate. And then,
Just to-
I'm just telling you from, having been a person who's built time. Doing the time alone.
I know.
At least an hour to
Yeah, I've done that
an
too.
hour to an hour and a half
I've done that too, but,
of
Yeah.
wasted time.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Because I always had to track my time too, different clients and it's you know, and if I was serving a dozen clients, it was more complicated. If I was full-time on one client, it wasn't particularly hard, right? So we're talking, I have two concerns. I do want to follow up on yours. So if there's only 3 people, I don't think we need a software system to do this. I think, you know, if you have 3 engineers, maybe they're working on 1 or 2 projects at a time. I don't know. But it seems to me that weekly they could submit their time to accounting and a calculation is done. You know, if this were to expand beyond this department, that would be one thing. But I guess my other question is around funding. So by putting this credit in here, we are reducing our expenses and therefore we're not raising tax revenue to pay for these salaries. Right? So does that mean then that when we bond the projects, we have to add money to the bond authorization for the capitalized salaries? Again, it's not a lot of money, but I would guess that the projects we're talking about have already been authorized and bonded. So just something to think about, because this is cash. We need cash for this.
Actually, Bill had raised that question too, as to something we need to look at in terms of whether, you know, we would do this for projects that we would bond or not. So that is something that we need.
But all
Sorry.
these projects are bonded, right?
There's no point in doing this if it's not part of bonding.
Right.
So the Board of Ed, they hire colliers.
Yeah.
They bond the collier's expense. I
Sure.
mean, that's why we're doing this, to make, you know, to smooth out the costs of creating a capital projects management. And, you know, billing, I don't really understand this billing by 5-minute increment question. For what? We're not billing customers, we're billing internal projects. So you know, we'll find out what we need to do to make this work, but you know, it's not like we're at risk for overbilling a customer. So I'm not sure why we're jumping to that conclusion, because I haven't heard that we need to bill out in 5-minute increments.
No, I think Jim was giving a scenario where if you had a project manager working on a bunch of different things, they'd have to track their time among projects, but I'm not sure if that's practically how it's gonna work based on what you're anticipating.
Yeah.
At any one point, project manager could be working on 4 or 5 projects.
Okay, so it could be,
Hey, Bill, no, what you said, you're doing it this way to smooth out the creation of this new department. So do you anticipate in a few years not capitalizing these expenses, or is that something that would be ongoing? Or maybe you don't know.
No, I mean, I think, you know, we're creating an internal department that otherwise we pay, you know, for some of these projects, outside people a lot more than our internal costs. So it makes financial sense, but it, you know, to the taxpayers, it doesn't make financial sense to build, you know, to get whacked for, you know, their salary all in, you know, 1 year. So you know, it's the right thing to do. And you can do your own due diligence and go out and talk to construction companies and talk to, you know, towns that run their projects better than we do and ask them what they do and why they're better than we are. And that's the main thing. You know, what we're talking about here is just a way to make it palatable.
You're capitalizing this expense, but at a heck of a lot lesser cost than if you were going to the outside. That's basically.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really show our balance sheet with, you know, assets on it. So the only reason to do this is to be able to bond, you know, to be able to, you know, bond the costs like the Board of Ed does. They bond a significant amount of project management costs. Angeles doesn't manage projects for the most part. They're done by outside companies, and we want to do as much of this in-house as we can.
Mr.
One of
Wallace?
the reasons they're gonna have to keep track of it is because you could have 5 projects with 5 different bonds. You need to know what to capitalize against each bond. That's why you need to do it. Because
5-minute increments?
Because if you get audited on it and you don't have proper records to show it,
Yeah,
you've got a problem.
I wouldn't say not to record keep, but
I think you're
again,
being
in 5-minute
extreme.
increments or 6-minute, whatever your instance is, versus, and you know, what the chair had mentioned as the other approach that is common. It's going to get tracked. and it's going to get allocated accordingly, and it's not anything that's new. And I do want to just drive home sort of the point here that was mentioned, and Eli can certainly elaborate on it if you'd like, but the project managers are internal and working on multiple projects. They are already showing to be significantly less expensive than going external, where you pay a much higher rate for one, who then is also working on multiple projects, but for other clients. So they are much more diligent internally and focused on our projects. They're also honing in on change orders. We've got many instances already in the short iteration of working with them where they've nipped things in the bud and been able to return value. So I think that is something to be, it isn't directly on the capitalization, other than it does go back to the question about whether or not this may cost us more. We anticipate that we'll actually, when we allocate for things like project managers, inspections, change order allocations, that all those costs over time are actually going to start to come a little bit down within what we're doing. And the projects that we currently have are already going to, when we're done and we net out some of them, are actually going to end up in our favor comparative to where they were going to be. One example of which, Turkey Creek, by several $100,000 just by applying to somebody who's allocating $8 who we have not yet capitalized or anything like that.
I'll just say, I'm sold on the department. Like, you don't need to convince me. I think this is great. I think the questions are around the budget though. And I think what was requested was a policy and a calculation. So I think we still need those. And let me just ask you this, Eli. So this 366,000, I just did a rough estimate. If I take payroll and social security contributions, the amount you're capitalizing is about 40 something percent of that. Does it make sense to you, like based on what your group is doing now, are you comfortable that at least 40% of your group, of an individual's time, or on average, would qualify for capitalization based on what you guys are doing today?
Yes. In summary, any task that happens before authorization of funds or an RFQ, RFP, or bid are all in overhead, right?
Right.
That's not being billed. Everything after the RFQ, RFP, basically a kickoff meeting becomes the project's full force, and you're starting to bill your time towards that project.
So design and later.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Anytime that you're talking to an outside, either a consultant or a contractor, that's you billing your time towards that.
So I know you said that you're comfortable with it. To me, this seems like this is our fourth meeting, and every meeting we have, there's like a new and exciting hit to the budget that's very creative, that we're just like these stunts almost. That you're like taking money, like how do you justify this and not out of engineering? Like how do you choose this versus that? With the Board of Ed, it's very clear, they're getting invoices. This is something that a lot of companies don't even like to deal with because it is so scrutinized. And we can't even handle doing our payroll supposedly that we've been hearing about for 2 years. How are we capitalizing this? This to me is like another money grab, like the auto tax and the parking stunt. I don't like it. I don't like it. To me, this does not make sense. And I'd like to understand, how do you distinguish and why this year?
Well, because
Yeah.
we're creating a new department.
I understand you're creating a new department, but we're not creating new work. This work has been done in this town historically. It was just in a different department.
No,
It's not new news.
Most of this has been done by, what we're talking about here with the project manager has primarily been done by outside vendors at a very steep cost. And it's been bonded. It's literally currently, in many instances, currently being done by outside vendors, bonded cost, and at a significant higher amount. This group is working to one by one for new projects and existing projects, mitigate that and move that in a direction of internal and at a lower price point and is taking a portion of that and looking to allocate it under bonding.
Well, we have the policy and opinions before we vote on this budget.
We need to.
So I'd like to go through that and see that.
Yeah.
And understand how they quantify their time and how that calculation came up and walk through it. Because I've audited these things and I work for a company that I gotta do the books for.
Yeah.
And this is, it's a tough area.
So you talked about, so policy is different than you're talking about.
Procedure,
Right?
right.
Oh,
Well, yes, so policy,
Policy exists.
well,
it doesn't exist. The
We
accounting
haven't got-
literature
we haven't
exists about
got-
capitalization. We don't have a policy.
we don't have,
It was in one of the backup.
that's not really a policy.
We just did policies for the fund and stuff.
Yeah.
We were something like that.
That's not, yeah, Tom, that would not be adequate. I think we need a policy that references the relative accounting literature, that lays out in detail which costs are qualify for capitalization. And that's our policy, that this is our policy. You know, a policy might include thresholds, it might include types of projects that are capitalized, it's going to include the types of costs that are qualify for, that's the policy. Then, as Ms. Ruggiero said, it would be helpful to at least have thought through what the process is going to be. And I agree with you. I'm not sure that we're at a scale that we need a software program for this, although if we were going to bring another if we were going to expand this, we might. But I think you probably have to think through just a little bit how we're going to do this. I mean, if we're going to capture people's time, because I don't know how people do their time today. If people do, you know, I mean, if you don't have hourly, there are no hourly employees, right? So they don't have to do like a timesheet or anything like that.
No,
Right.
not
So
unless they take vacation
Right,
time. or-
so it's just salaried. So I don't know if Paycom has something or if we're just gonna create a worksheet that they have to submit every week and Eli's got to sign off on, but I think you just have to give us something to get comfortable with that. But the policy has to be, and I'm sure our auditor can help us with this because I'm sure they exist, or you could go to ChatGPT and write one or whatever. But like, we have to have a policy that's references the accounting literature and explains how all this stuff is going to work and has guidelines for what's capitalizable. And personally, I'd also feel better if we were, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but if we were able to demonstrate that, yeah, based on what these guys are doing right now, we are,
Yeah.
you know, 44 or 45% or 50, whatever percent of their costs would in fact be capitalizable based on what we know now. Because you know, I'm not sure that the number had much more science to it than that. So we may not get everybody comfortable, but I think those are necessary pieces of information to have. Jim?
So July 1st, if this department is set up and if it is budgeted, all project managers are terminated immediately for every project that exists in the town currently and going forward, correct?
Talk about outside vendors.
Yeah, and the people that you say overcharge us, we can fire them, right? Let these.
No, okay.
Don't put words in my mouth, particularly inflammatory ones that could open the town up to litigation.
I'm not putting
You know
anybody,
exactly what-
no, I'm asking you, is that what
Nobody
you
has
said?
nobody has said that we're being overcharged or anything along those lines. We believe that when you look at the way outside vendors handle project management, that when you have an internal employee doing it, it can be done at a lower price point. And we believe that they are more diligent when it comes to certain tasks, including change orders. An internal employee versus an outside consultant oftentimes renders, and we believe it's already shown, a better end result. And that's not a direct knock on the outside vendors, but it is the approach that we've begun taking, and we believe that we've seen the results from that and in a positive direction, and we want to continue to work in that direction. We're not going to terminate all of them on day one. We're not even sure that we have the full capacity with the 3 PMs and Eli to immediately go and do that. But we are taking as many projects as we can that are currently approved, including projects that are in works and coming up, and we're shifting them to the internal group one by one. And we'll continue to do that. So we would like to forecast out, say, 12 months from now, whatever the timeline is, at some stage, significantly less or no outside use or partial use. So in the example of Turney Creek, we kept an outside inspector on partial time, and we utilized a PE project manager for the other 3/5 of the time. And we have rendered several $100,000 in savings while actually getting what we believe to be the benefit of both the external and the internal, and then the diligence on the change orders for the internal.
We get a list of projects that you believe this budget is gonna pay for project management services. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. It's obvious you're gonna pick and choose stuff from the past. You're gonna have stuff going forward, but you're not sure what it is. What does this pay for? I need to know that. It is supposed to be a budget. I need to know what projects almost $900,000 is gonna pay for.
So can I make a suggestion? So we just approved a bunch of projects, right? For the upcoming bonding year. I mean, I'm assuming anything new would be handled by your group unless you run out of capacity. Maybe there's some that you won't, but maybe to get to what Jim is saying, can you just clarify, here's the list of projects from the waterfall approved or to be approved by the end of the year. Will they be handled by our internal group? Yes or no? And then add to that if we're picking up anything from previous years. Would that be?
Yeah, and I want to know whether there's going to be any other project management dollars spent on that other than the dollars that's in this department.
Sure, we can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I don't think that you would. Well, you tell me. I don't think you're gonna not have any project management services from a consulting group if you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean,
Zero.
yeah, you're managing it, but obviously you're gonna have help from, okay.
We'll also ask, just to put numbers to what I just said about the Turney Creek project, we'll lay some of that out. It's a $500,000 project, a roughly $300,000 savings. You'd have to capitalize that PM entirely for literally 100% for the course of almost 2 years to even net that out, which we're not intending on doing. So it's significant savings in town. So we'll quantify some examples for the board so that.
Procedures, Ms. Ruggiero?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of setting up the group, I don't have a problem with that, honestly. I think that this capitalization, I guess what I'd like to understand is how is your job changing? Because my understanding was you pulled people together that were doing like things and put them in one group so that they could collaborate, work together, and, hopefully be able to streamline, I don't know, get some kind of savings for the town, but not conceptually, their jobs had changed. So then how are we justifying, this capitalization is what's really hanging me up here. Because how is your job, you were in engineering. I have no doubt you're very confident in your role and, doing a great job. Take nothing away from you at all. But how has your job changed from what you were doing to now that it's suddenly capitalizable? According to the accounting, which is very specific. I'm having a hard time with that.
I can't comment to that, to be honest, only because I'm not too familiar with the literature that you're referring to be.
I don't think your job is, I don't think.
My job has not changed. No.
Exactly. So then that's where I'm hung up.
And we could have a change in accounting without I mean,
The change.
yeah, we could, I take your point though. Just to summarize, we're looking for a policy, we're looking for some outline of how we might do this in terms of procedures, a list of projects that are applicable, and then some sort of calculation. What I said before is probably not right, because when I took the capitalization divided by the payroll, half the jobs don't fall into the bucket. Like, we're not going to capitalize the financial analyst or the grant manager or the risk manager. So the percentage of the actual project managers is probably higher. I don't know if that's 50, 60, 70%, but I think it'd be helpful to understand that. And again, make sure that makes sense based on, you know, how the roles are being managed today and whether we're really going, you know, whether we anticipate that we'll be capitalizing that much. And again, it's not that it's a ton of money, but it's changed, so. Ms. Ruggiero.
Just a question. What is the 15,000 for the fees and professional services?
That's for services that are outside of our expertise within. For example, environmental testing, getting an LEP, to have the geotech, some soil samplings. That's a sample if there's a project that we'll work on that, so we've identified specific.
Mr. Walsh.
15,000 will cover all that?
Yeah, that's where I want. How many projects you think you'll be doing this coming year, starting July 1st?
Well, the 15,000 is only because it's a conceptual phase, right? If it's already authorized, it's going to be built towards that. But if there's an area that we plan on, we're thinking about renovating, well, then we can send somebody out to take a sample of a tile to make sure there's no asbestos under there. It's just initial investigation.
So if we were gonna do another turf field. Before
Let's hope we
you
can-
ask for the money, you might wanna figure out.
15,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money. I would think it'd be more.
This department serves many other departments as well, right? So it works with and it also serves other departments. It's not just necessarily even some of these larger projects. So the $15,000, I mean, you know, it's a first pass at allowing this department to have some budget lines that they can go to first. If they don't have another project to charge it to, they don't have another department directly. It's usually gonna be smaller items. If it's bigger, it's probably gonna be tied to seed money or some other amount. But, you know, I would admit there's not a perfect formula to it, but it was trying to set this department up. I mean, you know, versus zero failure with a small amount to be able to do some of that activity within the department itself when needed.
And we would have had equivalent expenses previously, right? Or no?
And you would have had it elsewhere. So
Okay, and that's why I think it's helpful to get the comparative analysis because, you know, presumably that cost was being absorbed elsewhere in the past. So, I mean, again, not a lot of money, but be good to see that. Mr. Finley.
We're done on the fees and professional service unless anyone else has a question on that. Can I just ask you about the risk manager, which I'm glad there's you're in the budget. It's not exactly the iteration I was expecting. And I'm saying that because I thought that a lot of the issues we saw related to items that weren't necessarily capital projects. Just with the purchasing policy, there was a lot of discussion about a risk manager that wasn't necessarily exclusive to capital projects. I'm sure, I think you need one here, but is this it? Is this the risk manager?
For the town.
Is this the risk manager for the town? And is it going to expand beyond capital projects?
So it's capital projects and operations as a department. Certainly the bulk of this department is made up of people focusing on capital projects. But it flows through the DPW director and back up directly to me. So in the absence of putting yet another, department, the risk manager position's been placed within this location. They're going to largely end up working with not just this department, but frankly, all departments across all of town anyways. But this is the town's risk manager has been placed in here. Absolutely.
Mr. Matola.
Is that salary enough for that position?
Yeah, we have an open question in the sheet asking.
Is that
for
one of them?
benchmark.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
We've had a lot of internal discussion about that. We even considered if he's a part-time person, we don't know. But, there is a possibility that if we find the right person, he or she will cost more.
Can we get, I think we asked for, but can we get from our HR director, a benchmark on that. I think the question is still out there in the open questions, but because I had the same reaction. I mean, maybe it's okay if that's a part-time person, but that didn't look like a risk manager salary to me. Mr. Walsh?
I'm glad the salary was discussed, because I don't see how you're gonna get anybody worth anything for that amount of money, to be quite honest with you. Risk managers are supposed to be managing our risks of the town, including every slip and fall that happens, and knowing exactly what's going on and working with our outside counsel in regards to what's going on and our insurance companies. And I don't understand why personally, how this is in the capital projects and operations, because this person's gonna be reporting to you, right? What kind of risk management experience? You manage that kind of.
Well, risk
For the
management,
entire town, so risk management for the whole town,
yeah,
not just your projects.
my experience is more focused on the capital project and construction project.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, that person should either, there's three places that person, a risk manager, risk management is normally contained. Occasionally, it's under the general counsel's office, but we don't have a general counsel. Occasionally, it's in HR, where it used to be for many, many years. And then sometimes it's in the finance department and reports to the CFO occasionally. And then the CFO can work with that person on what insurance levels we should have and whatever. Those are the only three departments I've ever seen it in. And now we have it. Eli, I trust your experience on this, but that does not seem to be your expertise, and you would not know whether a person was doing their job or not doing their job correctly. So, have any idea why it's there?
So the org chart is, so that, okay, so the risk manager okay, I wasn't sure if that went to you, David, but it does go to him.
It goes to Eli, but this is, I mean, day to day, this person reporting to Eli. We talked about the org charts and reporting through a million different ways. Day to day, this is probably, the person's gonna probably have more interaction with me, but from a reporting structure, they're gonna be in the capital projects and operations group, which based upon, having a department to place them in, this is the place. It's not just capital projects, it's capital projects and operations. And risk can report to the CEO, human resources, C-suite level. They can go to the CFO, COO, certainly be in a department that then reports through. I think that there are many, many iterations of this. Town has done it, corporate structure's done it. We didn't feel as though that this is an issue. And it addresses adding the risk manager, which is very important for the town to finally add one back.
Do you guys have a job description for the risk manager at this point?
JAR's working on one, so we can post it if
So
we can circulate.
It seems like the point is that a risk manager has to report to a risk manager in order for the senior person to have any understanding of the process, and that doesn't make any sense to me, because risk managers in a corporate environment often report to a CEO, for example, who himself will have no risk management experience. So I think that I don't understand the point.
Mr. Walsh?
Tom, in your professional experience, have you ever had risk management report to finance?
Yes.
These that you've been in? Okay, why does that make sense?
Well, it can report to any department, really. It depends on how the team works. And I think the intent here was to have, I would be heavily involved with this. Because, what this person is gonna be overseeing is, things that impact the town. We originally talked about having it in finance. But I also think that, a lot of risk is associated with
What?
a lot of the risk that the town is exposed to relates to capital projects, and construction kind of activities. So, that's really why we decided to move to capital projects.
Tom, aren't most of those risks during these construction projects, there's separate policies for them. There's builders' risk policies. They're not the town's policies.
But it's the activity.
You hire the builder, the construction person, and one of the things they bill for and we bond for is the builder's risk issues and all the other insurances that go into them. And they're in all their costs for that. And I'm involved in many buildings. That's a whole separate, that doesn't hit the town's basic hazard insurance. What does hit the town's hazard insurance is what we buy insurance for, all of our buildings
But it's,
that are built already.
yeah, it's the ability to assess the risk that's out there, I guess. You know, there is an activity that the town is exposed to, whether you have insurance coverage for it or not. So, again, it could report to finance, it can report to capital projects, but it's important that you have the right people involved in with the person. So, because again, it was, initially we had it in finance. And we moved it around a couple of times. I think the intent is to have involvement by David and myself.
The operational risk,
And HR, yeah.
whether it's the projects or the day-to-day, it's the operational risks that then have the financial impact. The point was to put it into the capital projects and operations group. It does report to Eli and then flow through to me, but clearly they're going to work with many departments. They're going to be working on the financial aspects of the risk and the costing and whatnot, of the insurance with the CFO. I mean, this is the amount of attention at times on the placement on some of these items, when in reality, most of these individuals are working collaboratively all day long across multiple areas. And it's lost on it.
It's a great discussion we're having about it, but it's not really. a
It's not
budget
really,
issue.
yeah, no, it's.
The decision's been made and you'll assess it. If it doesn't
Yeah.
work, things can change in a few.
No, I would just reiterate this, that we should take a look at the salary and the
That's it.
job description. I know that, yeah, it would be helpful to understand, particularly if this isn't the right salary, if we decide that we want it to be a full-time person, what the, and this is something we've always asked for new positions, what are the main objectives? I mean, obviously they'd oversee the insurance stuff, but we talked about, we don't have a vehicle policy, or we had a lot of problems with our vehicle policy. We have all sorts of holes getting certificates of insurance. We have all sorts of things going on. So what would you anticipate, the key responsibilities for this person to be, short-term and long-term? I think that would be helpful. And then benchmarking the salary. Maybe you'll get lucky and you'll find, a great experienced person who wants to do this part-time. I wonder about that. This is a role I personally think is important. I wouldn't mind, budgeting appropriately for an experienced full-time person. That's just my opinion. Other questions on risk manager or other aspects of this budget? Mr. Walsh?
The grant manager's position up until they left, I guess, when it was a halftime position, did they do all grants for the town? Any grant, like fire could come to them and work with them. Police could come and work with them. Was my understanding, that they worked for everyone. Now it seems as though there's a change. The grant manager is only going to be working on these new projects that are coming through capital projects, it sounds. You explained, David.
You said that.
You explained that. You said that that's why.
It explained that the bulk of their time has been on larger projects like that. It never said that that was exclusive.
So they will still be the grant manager for the entire town.
Correct. And grants largely in the part-time environment had still been spread out throughout town. Obviously, the grant writer was working as much as possible, but in a 19.5 environment, that was certainly. So we're trying to get grants as much as we can off of other departments, particularly some of the larger, more responsible grants, focus on that. And it isn't necessarily just the writing aspect of it, but it's literally the management of. Some of these grants are very, very time consuming and detailed, and involving the departments for the subject matter. Well, yes, that's obviously key and going to stay. But some of the minutia, again, it's like things with like things. When a department that's never written a grant before has to stop to try to either write or manage a grant, that's also taking things away. So you mentioned fire, police would be another one. There's certain grants, some of these the HSO safer grants. they're smaller. The traffic unit is probably going to continue most of that and just have visibility to the grant. But there's other instances where they're going out and they're trying to write much more complex grants and then trying to manage them. Where police and fire, you've got police and fire that should be focusing on certainly, their type of general workload, not grants, where a grant manager who does this day to day can certainly focus better and take it off of them. In this and other instances when it's.
Well, that's the problem, because the grant, you call somebody a grant manager, then they are the writer and the administrator. And most of the time, the administration is 6 to 7 times as much as of the time to write the grant, because many of these grants on the municipal side you have to report quarterly. You have to go onto websites and upload your budgets and what did you spend money on? And then they come back to you and say, we don't like that expense, and give us receipts for this and for that. And there's a zillion grants. And I know many municipalities, the way they do it is their subcontractors have to just write grants. That's their specialty. And they just write grant. And the grant person that's hired by the town is the administrator once the grants are on in. It's just.
Jim, in terms of my experience with that, finance is generally involved with the compliance piece of that. And so to the extent that there is some compliance, finance would.
Perfect. Which person in your department is going to be handling that compliance portion?
I have a financial analyst, an open position for that. That is one of the things that they would do.
Okay, so that'll be on that financial analyst, the new one that you're going to be hiring that doesn't know what's.
Yeah, I also have there's also a new.
Job description?
There's also a new director who would be able to support that effort.
Okay.
We have a grant manager job description, right? And we had hired someone full-time already this year, right? And they were working full-time.
Correct.
Okay. And then they resigned, but we did have a full-time person.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I thought, and based on, I know Mr. Marcilio's here, but when we talked about the WPCA and the number of projects and the ability to go after federal grants in particular, we just had nowhere near the capacity to do that internally. And I thought that this grant manager was a first step to start building that capacity if we were going to go after any serious money. Because I think as Jim mentioned, it's not just writing the grant, but the compliance reporting can be substantial. So, Mr. Walsh.
I noticed that 2 of the positions, the grant manager and the risk manager, are non-union. I believe the risk manager used to be a union. Why are these positions not union positions?
We are treating them. Have to be.
Our unions come after us saying they want the position to be in a union or ask the person to join their union?
They certainly can, but
Manager
we
level?
have structured them, we've structured them, one with.
Controller's in a union.
Well, that's not,
He manages a lot of people.
no, I know, but that's
It's not
not
about managing.
necessarily the only way it's done. So,
There's exempt employees,
Yeah.
so it depends on if they're dealing with confidential matters.
yeah, I think we should take,
That's
when we
it.
get the job description from HR, that should cover that, but.
I noticed that there's a lot of non-union new positions in the budget book. Can you segregate that and give us a list of all positions that are non-union listed that weren't last year?
Sure. Segregate that.
Ask,
Are you
HR.
working for more union employees or less?
Oh, I'm not asking for, I want to know the reason. I mean, I'm a union supporter. I will say, I believe in, I believe in unions and I believe in people who work for unions. I think they're great. I mean, and they deserve to have people who help negotiate for them. I mean, I'm not anti-union. So, in fact, I'd say I'm kind of pro-union, to be quite honest with you.
All right, well,
Yeah,
we'll
that
get
doesn't-
I don't think
Gotta
we,
move on.
yeah,
That's your name.
seriously, we're getting way over. Let's,
An hour and 15 minutes on one item.
I know, let's get the job description and, I'm sure that you guys have thought this through, so that can be part of the answer. Any other questions on this one? All right, so I think I've got our follow-up items here. Some of them are already in the sheet, but I'll just reiterate those again. And, we need to have this, we're gonna have to revisit all these things on the follow-up night. So I would just, again, not to be a pain in the neck, but we really should get the questions answered before the meeting so that, because we're tacking on a lot of stuff onto that follow-up meeting, which is not gonna be, good. All right. So if there's no more questions about this budget, July, thank you. Thank you. Great job on Penfield. I've been walking by there. It looks good. Excited to have it all done for the summer. So thank you for all your work on that.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna move on to Public Works. So the first department is building with, and this starts on page 136 with revenue. And page 37 for expense. And I think Pat Mahoney is here to take us through this budget. I think he's on Zoom. Get over to the right page here, 136. Great. Mr. Mahoney,
There we
welcome.
go. All right, I was waiting for the host to unmute me and let me in, so thank you very much. Can anybody
Well, we
see?
had a little incident a week ago, so we're being a little more careful who we
No.
bring to the meeting.
All right, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to do this remotely. I appreciate everyone. And I can start, my budget really hasn't changed.
Do you actually, do you mind starting on revenue? Maybe take us through
Absolutely.
revenue first? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, okay. So basically, I'll give you kind of a comparison. Last year, I know, when I brought my budget, for a couple of reasons, I had, lowered it, with interest rates and building slowing down. And we are doing much better this year, which is why you'll see increases in all of my line items. We have a lot of major projects going on. We have a lot of apartment buildings coming. So I kind of try to look towards the future, and we're very aggressive on our fees and permits, and try to streamline the process. And that's where I feel pretty comfortable with the revenues that I'm anticipating.
Any questions on building revenue? Ms. Ruggiero?
Where are we today with the building permits?
Oh,
The end of January or the most recent?
let me see if I have that. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I feel like as of the quarterly, we were
Running
running
ahead during the quarterly,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I know I've been going through it, and I just don't know if I have it here. I'm sorry about that. I can get it.
I believe we were 50,000 ahead, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I know we were ahead, and I had just turned in the numbers, and I don't know if it was 50 or 100 over. I can get that for you, though. once I
Okay,
get
yeah,
it.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, on the building penalties, do you know where we are, like, to date on that?
Building penalties are not, well, I don't know that we're exceeding that, and we don't use the penalties for, it's mostly for people, who are excessive work without permits. And that's why we put that line item in there that is, that's where we collect our monies.
Yeah, I'm just, last year we gave you $5,000 as a budget. The previous year was, the actual number you spent was $76. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense whether $5,000 is still the sufficient number. Or are we just doing a carry forward without kind of looking back on what the actuals are for this current fiscal year 25 actuals?
Okay, well, I will look at that and I will get back to the board as soon as I can. Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Sure. Any other
Um, Mr. Myers?
Yes, in terms of building permit fees, you said you were getting a little bit more aggressive. I'm just curious, like maybe in particular to commercial building permits. Can you just kind of give me a little color on how aggressive and, you know?
Sure.
I'll
Basically, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. Basically what, I mean, we have raised our permit fees. We're following, a big part of the permitting is, actual costs, which is what our permits are valued at. We follow, a cost that we feel is correct. Some people will say, and I'll just give a, for instance, I could do this job for 200,000, where in fact, the actual reality cost is 400,000. And that's where we kind of watch, we get that value and we pick up that extra cost on a real value, not what they put in.
Okay, so you determine the fee for a particular commercial project upfront based on an estimate of what you think the actual will be, and you kind of agree to that? You don't go back and compare it to actual at the end
Oh,
of the
yeah,
project?
absolutely. Any
Okay.
large commercial project, we get a schedule of values prior to the permitting. And that's what we base it off of. If it's an actual reality cost, that's what we do.
Okay.
Are you set, Jim?
Yes.
Just for the board's information, I just pulled up the quarterly packet and building permits were running $350,000 ahead of budget, according to what we saw in Q2 as of December. So,
$350,000.
yeah. Yeah, so that would have brought us to 2,250,000. So what I would ask is maybe, maybe we could get, a more current run rate on the revenues in this department, so that we could see that going forward, because it seems like, yeah, if, you know, if things are, if we anticipate things to pick up, that might be,
Well, and that's the really hard part about this is, you know, kind of anticipating, you know, we have projects that are on hold, projects that we would love to see started. You know, it's kind of like, we can really pick whatever number. And like last year, I really never even thought we would do as the numbers that we did. Certain projects came in that weren't supposed to. We picked up additional revenues
yeah.
and, it's basically, there's no way of really telling, you know, I kind of look forward. I try to look 6 months, a year. What projects do we have? You know, some people still are holding back because it's expensive to borrow money. We have a lot of stuff in the queue, but just waiting for it to break is what we're hoping for.
Gotcha. Okay. That was just an FYI. Other questions on revenue, in this department? We can move to expenses.
All right, so basically my expenses are all flatlined with the exception of printing. I did raise that. A lot of our daily forms, placards, etc., are all pretty much outdated. We had to change a few of those, and they are kind of expensive. The other stuff is really all contractual through payroll, etc.
So, question on the payroll amounts. I'm assuming that that the increases are held in contingency for the most part. So we have an increase for the building official, but not for the remainder. So how is that? Can you explain that?
It's an open CBA, so it's all contingency.
So for the top one, I assume it's that is not in contingency, or is that a step or?
Isn't PETA which settled this past year?
Okay, the rest are in
Restaurant
CF.
PETA,
Got it.
which
So Thea's-
ends on June 30th of this year, so it's all in contingency.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Ms. Ruggiero?
I believe that we had asked for a walk of changes because
Yeah.
some of them had.
When we go
um,
through
increased.
contingency, so that's gonna be next Tuesday.
Yeah, but some of them, it was gonna be looking at like specifically the top line person, because some had an increase in them and some were flat, and it was very hard to tell.
I think that what's in here usually is the step adjustments and any market adjustments, and then the any adjustments for unsettled contracts would be in that contingency line, which we will get to next Tuesday. Yeah.
There's a question about the department heads, but he's in PETA, so that doesn't, it's part of the nine.
Yeah.
There was a discussion about longevity last year. His is all contracted.
So, was I correct in understanding that PETA is resolved, but Thea's, we're waiting to get July or something later?
Yeah, PETA's resolved. PETA had ended earlier, so it was part of the last round. The window to even negotiate didn't open until January 1 of this year, because it ends on June 30th this year. So we're still on track for Thea, but it would help contingency during the budget because of that.
Other questions on expenses? Like, that just changed. Yeah, the only question I would ask, Pat, is a bunch of the smaller line items went up last year. And we're budgeting flat compared to those increases, but so for example, IT, you know, not a ton of money, but you know, we doubled that in current year budget. Fees and professional services, you know, motor vehicle, like all these different line items. Are these, have we needed those increased budget line items? Are we running?
We are running relatively close. I mean, motor vehicle and lube, that's not, I believe that item is gonna be taken. But pretty much our educational memberships, departmental, office supplies, we pretty much are running to where we think we're gonna be.
Okay. All right, any other questions on this budget? Okay. All right, thank you.
Good budget,
Thank you.
Tony. You're,
Thank you.
I love 13% increase in revenues and only 1.3% increase in expenses. You're leading the pack right now.
Oh, thank you for your help. I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Thanks again. All right, everyone. So we'll move on to the next department, which is solid waste and recycling. I did not mark down the page number. Somebody help me out here.
157. In the picture.
157, okay. And John Cattell is here. And John Marcilio, welcome.
Welcome.
Good to see you guys. You got all dressed up tonight, John?
Yeah, we try and show.
Trying to look sharp for the budget meeting. I like it with the flag pin and everything. All right.
There we go. Well, I got a couple boys I serve.
All right, so do you want to start us off on revenue on page 158?
Certainly. So we went into, this would be the first year that we're seeing, well, the 26th would be the second year, but we increased some of our revenues. Your cars were $6, now it's $7. The average maybe about 48,000 cars a year, so you'll see maybe a $48,000 increase for the tonnages for what goes over the scale. I break that down because there's various costs. There's costs for cash on delivery, which is $140 a ton. We've got commercial delivery, which is $120 a ton, and then your residence is $110 a ton. So I work out based on how much effect of each of those tonnages and come out with these numbers. So this year, last year I kind of said, okay, these were averages, but this year where it says best guess estimates, I kind of did a little more in-depth dive, especially on the
And we see about 3%. Now, any questions?
Mr. Gerald?
So on the facility use chart, the last line there, it looks like we are dropping that revenue by approximately 44,000. Is that run rate running low this year that we're taking it down accordingly, or what's driving that?
It's based on just the number of cars that you have, what we've received from it. And the other was kind of estimates based on it. I think the previous year was a little bit high. If you notice, it went from 309 was an average, then it went up to in FY 25 to 384. That was a big jump. It was
And, but how close are we coming? Are we on track with that?
We're on track. So when I'm looking at cars, you're doing about 4,000 a month, and after 7 months, we're about 27,500. So we're close to it.
Mr. Walsh?
The bulky waste charge went up 47.77.
We increased that rate up to $220 a ton. I think it was 180 a ton before that. So that was a larger increase based on our bulky waste gets shipped out to Pennsylvania. It gets sorted over at Enviro, expressed at their location. They'll pull out some things that they can, and then the rest just gets
So although it went up, it looks like we're making money there, but then their expense for that, it's down your expense area.
yes, it's a tip fee.
So are we making money or losing money or breaking even?
Well, you know, that rate fluctuates. We don't always know what we're gonna pay
Sure.
to dispose
Okay.
of.
Fair. But you try to budget it, it's set to be what it kind of was costing the previous years. We were losing things. Okay. Explain to me recycling one more time. If anything changed, see whether anything changed.
I can explain.
So are we making any?
John, you can give this, but-
Are we making any money on recycling?
No.
Zero.
Answer's
Not
no.
metals, not glass, nothing.
Well,
Paper.
recycling is a fundamentally,
You love recycling, John. Tell us how much you love.
it's commodities. It's a commodity market. Commodities
Such thing.
change all year long. Metal prices, plastic prices, all of the prices of all the elements that go into a ton of recycling change. In our contract with our disposal contractor changes quarterly and reflects what the actual market values are that they're getting in Boston, the certain formula that is used, our 12-member interlocal has agreed to that formula.
Okay. So are we making money on metal?
Yes.
Cans?
Cans are part of the AVR. Metal, we have,
You have the metal area.
we have a metal area.
The metal area.
The cans are part of the single stream.
So are we making money on the single stream on metal?
So. Single stream is made up of about a dozen components. And every month, some go up. If it's a tin can, it has a high value.
Okay.
If it's glass, we pay. If it's plastics, these things,
Yep.
we pay.
Yep.
If it's your bleach bottle, we
Yep.
get money for that.
Okay.
So all of these items are components of a ton of recycling, and they fluctuate as a commodity.
Yeah.
So do we make money? We lose money on recycling overall.
Seeing less recycling of like this, because the cost went up to 10 cents. That's serious money.
You're right.
It's serious money.
You know, permit garbage, there's nothing leaching.
Seeing that because of that.
Recycling is recycling is based on tonnage.
Sure.
You know what it takes for those bottles to equal a ton? A lot. So have they fluctuated? Fluctuate 10%, that would be eye-opening. It's have.
So no major change in the recycling program
No.
for this year. We're still losing money. We lose more or less.
I think we are losing money. I think the housing market has rebounded in a lot of areas. But we have to budget for the average of those.
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, I know that.
You're in my class, so I'm trying to help you and I'm being,
Don't throw away your bottle, it costs us money.
and I return. But, and I'm evangelistic.
I'm not have to get out. That does help.
Yeah.
However, we are in consortium with 11 other communities and they are not as vigilant as the Fairfield residents. So we're victimized by that and we're held hostage to what their behaviors.
That's a good question. When we moved to, taking only credit cards, that was this year, right? Which line item does that fall into, the revenue?
Cars. Actually, it's everyone.
It's-
Commercial, cars, no one goes through the transfer station without a credit card.
Okay, but the individual residents, which line item is that?
Facility use.
Last one.
Facility use, okay. And the credit card fees, are they netted against that number?
They're in the expense, which is
That would be
part of your expenses on the fees and pro, but they close.
Oh, it's in fees and professional services, okay.
Yeah.
And so, is there something else in that facility use charge other than
Just cars.
residents? That's just cars, okay. And when we anticipated that it would go up from 292 to 384, so we fell short of that, and you might have explained this already, but was the increase based on the fee increase? So in other words, if we're down from what we budgeted, is it because we have lower volume now than we had before?
We dropped some, but not that. It might have been around 51,000 cars at the time. We got about 48 times there. That's
So our budget then, did we just budget too high? Did we think? So last year with the fees went up by $1, right?
Right.
But the budget went up more than $1 per car, so we just maybe budgeted too high, is that it?
Jim.
So if you can-
Based on an average.
So if you compare the year over year on that line item, that's about. Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. Mr. Myers?
Okay, so conceptually, when I look at the revenue versus the expenses, our revenues are less than our expenses. So conceptually, are we just not charging enough? Or are there certain number of expenses here that just wouldn't be charging back because it's the town using the dump? I mean, I'm having a hard time. Why it's such
You
a,
have the operational costs that's contracted to the vendor to operate it, so you're not recapturing everything. Understand that we had not raised our rates for, I think it was 12 years, 14 years, something for last year. First time in 14 years that the rates were increased.
that's to the town resident, but I mean,
To-
commercial as well.
The haulers too.
It's like 14 years where the rates didn't go, that fees didn't go up. And not trying to do that all in 1 year.
Okay, so we're gonna gradually catch up, so to speak.
10 is like every other year to adjust it a little bit.
Because obviously that'll affect the town, a dump stand, I mean, garbage collection, they're just gonna pass it back on to the town resident. Right, the weekly at your house collection. Okay.
Follow up on that, so part of the reason we wanted to raise it last year is, if I'm remembering this correctly, is if we were too low compared to other surrounding towns, we would be encouraging haulers to come to
So
our facility, and we're losing, and the more we get, the more we lose, right? So we adjusted for that, which was good. And those could have been haulers that weren't even picking up trash in Fairfield, right? They were picking up trash in other towns. Did we do last year? I just don't remember. Or have we done recently a study of what our rates are like compared to all the surrounding towns? And are we equal now, or are we?
No. Every town treats this differently. Trumbull doesn't charge a tipping fee, commercial ones. They subsidize well. That's their policy. I was never able to convince them that's a bad policy because that conversation services 3 communities. So when Paul comes in as a Lolo, pays for it, and the next day comes in and says it's the Trumbull load and doesn't pay for it, you don't know whether to waste his time. That's their policy. So, Westport, I think we're online, Westport, Bridgeport have their own collection. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of our 12. I don't know what Milford's doing, but I can tell you, if it were really low, we would see a spike in usage. So we have to be in line with the contiguous communities in Westport, not Trumbull, but Bridgeport and Stratford probably. Yeah, we could find that out.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't seem like we've had a loss in revenue, so it seems like what we did was reasonable. Other questions on revenue? Expenses?
So when you go to expenses, 2 big ones that jump out is your fees and professional services, contracted property services. So your fees and professional services, that's your tipping fees and your hauling fees. That go to, garbage goes to wind waste and Bridgeport. Cycling goes up to Shelton at Oak Ridge. Contracted items, they're ones as far as wind waste is part of our town group. The hauling fees is with the contractor, which went out to bid, opened up in July. And that was the adjustment after a 5-year contract, so their prices went up. Same thing with your contracted property services. That's basically the operation of the transfer station itself. That was Enviro Express, and that was part of it that went out along. Those are contractual increases and expected increases too.
For the credit card.
Total fees,
Yeah.
we're figuring around 536,000.
Okay.
Other questions on expenses? All right. Don't go anywhere. It doesn't. All right, so we can, if everybody's okay, we can move on to Public Works Administration, Department 5011 on page 126. And John, are you gonna take us through this one?
Actually,
Yeah, look at what this.
so, we have regular payroll, we've had a half a person is being converted to a full-time person. And so that's a change there. We decrease in part-time payroll, you'll see an increase in full-time payroll. That's about that. Everything else is benefit or office line.
Can you just talk about the need for the increase in part-time to the full-time?
Yeah, what's not reflected in these budgets is a successive part. Accounts receivable falls. It went from over $400,000 when I first came to now it's under six figures. We're still trying to we have some that beats out there that we never collect. I just like to books, but that's, Tom will have to work with us to do that. We've turned that number over to the town attorney. Over here, trash hauler. So, and this person is all of that, all of the transfer station,
Elections, yeah.
elections, accountings, Donnie, and everything like that. Go through that every single month. All, we've been so, effective that we have large companies, our largest companies, who pay us in advance. They don't want to do it. Because we charge interest. That was never done. That was never, ever done in Fairfield. Charge 1.5% a month. Any overdue bill. That required. So, and in addition to that, there are other duties that are required by that. If you covered.
Mr.
Is
Chair?
that the secretary view role?
Yeah.
It has a 0 for 25, but the half a head you said?
Well, you had a part-timer, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Walsh?
Where does that interest show up in your budget?
Revenue.
In your revenue for the solid waste and recycling revenues?
Yep.
Okay. Rolls up on. Okay. How much do you think you make in that, just rough?
Well, we were making a real lot, now it's getting close, but if you don't watch them, they explode. There were big numbers, it's scary numbers that were just out there because why not? We're a bank.
So do we shut people down if they're?
Yes.
Monthly?
Yep.
So they can't come. That's how you prevent it.
I should have them collect the parking.
You have to take all garbage that comes to us, so could we just say that if you're not hauling in Fairfield, you can't come to our.
No, we can take anybody who comes to the transfer station. There's no way of determining.
No, I
where
work out. Okay. I just didn't know whether people had to register. Doing residential or commercial pickups or.
That's the other important reason that we be competitive or even higher a little bit than other contiguous communities.
Stop.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions on this budget? Okay, let's move on to Public Works and Operations. Department 5030, page 130 is revenue, 31 expense.
Look, if you like last year's budget, you're gonna like this year's budget less.
I love all budgets, John.
I'm never gonna put that in.
3% less.
No questions then, thank you.
Yeah, already less.
I don't like that.
1.3 left, but we don't have the, oh wait, this is PETA, we got the raises in here. Oh, yeah, we do.
We doing the revenue first?
Yeah.
What stage is the revenue?
130.
Okay, okay. So road opening fees and, it's a budget. We never know how many.
Yeah. So every time they open the road, they charge them a fee.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't seem as though there's less. It seems like there's just as many, but maybe it's where I live.
Well, let me give you a quick look. The water company comes in and digs a whole street up. That's one permit. A guy comes in, he digs a little gas line. That's one permit.
Yeah.
So
Okay. What miscellaneous public works? What's that revenue from?
And I believe that's from some of your permits where people will have a block party and have, garbage cans, events and things like that. I think that goes into that. So it's not much.
We can go to expenses.
Expenses.
Okay, expenses? Okay.
The snow removal. So what's, okay, so this is a snow removal overtime. Okay, sorry.
What line item?
This is 51060.
Overtime for
So
snow.
what would overtime when are they doing overtime snow removal? Explain.
yeah, so if the snow comes down during regular time,
Okay. Just off hours.
yeah, no impact.
And the other question I have on that is, so does the town do any snow removal for Board of Education?
No.
Doesn't do anything? Okay. And they don't charge the town for snow removal? You're right. There's no
They subcontract out themselves.
somebody else. Okay. And then my other question is on the paving. That's at the very bottom. So I know we have stuff in the capital budget relating to the safe streets. And just remind me, and I think I maybe asked this on the capital workshop, but what's the overlap with the paving and projects that may come in on safe streets? Because I've heard a lot that, for example, you could be doing something like painting a road differently. Like what's the,
So two separate programs.
yeah.
One program is based on a townwide analysis that we had done 5 years ago and indicated what investment had to be made to bring our roads up to a certain level. The Complete Streets program is a new separate program that is focusing on just that, safe streets. And those issues. That will be funded independent of this. That's more of a capital project. This is more of a operations project that we use on an annual basis.
There may be overlap.
There could be an overlap, yeah.
And then we also did some bonding for, I think, accessible sidewalks. Is that right?
Paving program incorporates required ADA compliance issues for sidewalks and sections as part of paving for part of that program. And we also, when we pave a road, also ensure that the contiguous sidewalks are addressed. So you have, as best we can, a rideable, walkable corridor.
That component of it is we voted to bond portion of that. Is that?
Then there's another component where those areas where we're not paving the street, right? They're just sidewalks, and we have a third-party analysis of those, and they have indicated to us where there are locations that need attention to minimize risk. Everyone falls on sidewalks that are even. So that is that program for sidewalk rehabilitation. That is extensive.
Okay.
Then we have sidewalk extension replacements. There's a lot of attention that goes to that. They come from various parts.
Thanks.
Mr. Matola?
You on snow removal overtime for this part, where are we? If you
It's very close. We're
think you're gonna be there,
How many more stories?
If we're done, I think we'll be right at maximum budget there.
Really? Is that much worse this year?
No, it was
There's
going on
weekends and nights.
holidays. Weekends and nights.
Okay. Question, capital outlay, there's only $8,000. I know you've been on a schedule with bonding new equipment, but, so capital outlay is down, maintenance and repairs is down. I assume is that all connected to having newer equipment? Or what is, we've got a couple line items that collectively are 100 and whatever, $30,000 down on maintenance and repairs, and then there's virtually nothing in the capital outlay budget.
Okay, so those are two different items, there's two different answers.
Okay.
Okay, so you're right. I think I said 4 years ago when in this process that, look, here's what happens. We replaced this equipment because I saw what was happening down there. We're spending a lot of money, a lot of time. We're losing efficiencies. You got to replace this equipment, and you did. You agreed to that, and now you're reaping the rewards of that investment. In the operating budget, there was a request for some smaller equipment, pickup trucks alike, and there is the approach now that not only public works equipment that's under $100,000 or
150 now.
dollars be consolidated into a kind of master request and funded outside of the operating. It's fine with me as long as we get it. And so that's where we are on that.
That doesn't meet our requirements.
No, we had what did we?
We can't do that.
What did we bond this year for DPW equipment? I can't remember. It's only been like a month.
That was so the approved piece for the DPW equipment had to do with an adjustment in a number that had come.
Okay.
Previously approved amount. The DPW line, the approval that was done a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Had to do with a bid coming in a little bit higher, I believe.
So it wasn't trucks.
Pricing on some of their larger equipment.
Okay.
Some of their smaller equipment is not currently sitting in the budget. And at this point, we're reviewing the entire fleet townwide in all departments, regardless of the level, for trucks, plows, skid steers, things like that, to try to determine what should or shouldn't go forward. It's a possibility that we look to do a catch up and ask the board to consider a bonding resolution. And if catch up, then that's a board's prerogative to decide one way or another.
But would these be would these be items that fit our bonding policy, like vehicles more than $150,000 each?
They would be below that on an individual basis. So the question is on a catch up or not.
So it sounds like you're trying to pile a bunch of stuff together in the aggregate to get it through?
Right now, we're trying to look at the entire fleet across the board when it goes to the smaller fleet. It appears that the town has addressed it they've done numerous different catch-ups to address many different things, and we're trying to get a handle on.
So you're not ready, so at this point in this budget, you're not ready to put forth a budget for any smaller vehicles?
Either way to make some of those decisions. So
And if you do decide to request this bonding, would that be this fiscal year or no? 'Cause I don't recall seeing that on the water.
it's not currently on the waterfall. It's something that if we did, it would have to be added, so. Prepared, bring it forward.
Well, it's just a cliff grading, because now we're taking 172. If we're reducing it by $172,000, where you gentlemen could have put and got a number of these smaller trucks and other smaller things. Because it's not $150,000, it doesn't meet our bonding policy. So
But they have to determine the need, that you're saying you haven't determined the need for these vehicles yet? You're reviewing okay.
Doing everything everywhere.
things should be done by department. Should be done, like paving was by the department. This isn't just like a catch up of every car or anything else or truck or anything else we need. This is a purposeful decision now that's gonna create a cliff if we're ever gonna get it back in the budget. You have basically a zero budget line. What is the $8,000 for in that line? I don't see anything in the capital outlay line. There's something for $8,000.
That's a catch-all for saws, blowers.
Okay, so you guys asked for that almost everything.
There's just no vehicles. Okay.
So this is gonna be a problem, and I'll tell you, I'm gonna have a hard time with that without it being restored. There's nothing in the waterfall, nothing in the budget, and we're just gonna create this stuff and take more stuff out of the budget and bond it.
Not necessarily. We have to decide whether we want to do that. We just changed our policy to be 150. I
Yeah.
think everybody agreed to that. So
It's just another cliff.
unless there's a reason to deviate from that, we
Yeah.
don't bond those things.
Yeah, it's just a budget stuff that we're gonna have to, next year, I'm sure you're gonna need other things, and now we have a zero budget. Just not right.
Mr. Welch?
I'd like to go over some of your other reductions, question marks next to some of them that our chairwoman went through with you already. So why are your overtime earnings gonna go down by $50,000? If I'm looking at your overtime earnings historically, going back to 22, 158,390, 143,885, 148, 272, 688, 222. They're all like kind of going up. And then all of a sudden, actually, there's a reduction from 272 to the 222. So why is it going down $50,000? What is that overtime?
Overtime's best for sweepers early in the morning. It might be for jobs that they run a little late if they're in the middle of the job at the end of the day, shit up. Call-ins for trees that are down. Stop signs that are down, power poles, basically.
Okay.
And then, say, potential for storms, for a while there, we had some large, in the past, some major rain, windstorms that created a lot of overtime extra.
Okay. So, has that number been historically proven correct? Like to go down by 50,000? Is that why, you've seen your history on this line and you thought just haven't been generating this? To me, you're like one hurricane away or blizzard away from like blowing through this.
What is your run rate on fiscal 25? Because fiscal 25, the budget was substantially higher than it had been historically.
So the actual 25?
Yeah.
So you're talking our current year to date?
Yeah.
Yes, that was. So, let's see, overtime earnings right now, our year expended is $113,557.
That's through,
That's through as of today, so depending on where finance has gotten everything up to date on into the system.
you're less than half of, substantially less than half of the budget. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Why has your payroll had been increasing and now it's down again? Why hasn't it been increasing? Or why did we budget 680 current budget we're in now? And now all of a sudden we're gonna go down by almost 14%, down to 89.
You know, Jim, we can't hire.
You can't hire.
We can't hire.
Okay.
Even at $18 an hour.
That,
They'd rather like the beach or.
sure. Your fees and professional service line's down by 8%. Is there a reason for that? Because up and through this year, that line is increasing at the fiscal year 23. Now it's starting to come down. Are the services, fees or professional services we're not doing any longer?
Well, fees and professional services was 327. Was the budget for 2025. And now we're down to 30. You know, here's my problem. You're scrutinizing this budget and I get it from your point of view, but annually, we've been pretty successful in running an efficient department. And last year, granted, there was no snow. We approached almost $1 million in services. So when asked to identify line items that could possibly save money, we of course go to the larger budget lines and say, maybe we can save some money here. The overall notion, though, that agreement from the administration, that all these line items are fungible. One line item is at the end of the year, be able to go to another line item. So for that reason, overall, we're comfortable with this.
I mean, the next question is, said you line items that were large and tried to get savings. One of your largest line items is the next one I want to ask about, which is contracted services, which goes up 1,320,000, goes up by 5.43%. What the reason why contracted services is up? It's the cost of the services.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still doing the exact same, like using the same contractors that you use.
Your garbage,
Grass and all that
your
stuff.
garbage collection goes up, so we increase the pay.
Yeah, okay, so it's just
Because we
same
increase
service,
fees.
increased cost.
Yeah.
Okay. That one. Okay. Then on utilities for electric, is that just the UI increase that's raising it 19.52%, or is there an increase in electricity?
That's based on a 10% increase on UI.
UI, okay.
All right, now, no,
10%, it goes up 19.52%.
based on the percentage of what the UI portion is. We are
Oh,
locked
yeah.
in on the supply side.
Yeah,
If,
yeah, I get you. The distribution side's completely, you don't have control. Oh, all right. Then the next slide, what's the PPA mean under, it says you
purchase power agreement. So that's where solar purchase power agreements that we're paying a certain amount on the kilowatts.
the excess? Or is
What it
actual.
generates.
what it generates, okay. Oh, so those agreements, it's gone, usage gone down?
Well, solar will, field or unit will reduce its efficiency as it ages, so it can go down a certain.
On utilities for the EV, I expected it to go up because we have more EVs, correct? That's all the stuff at town hall. Yeah, correct. That one up 7%. So you guys buy the gas for all the cars at town hall?
We purchase the gas, then finance department allocates it out to the different departments that actually use it.
So where's on your budget here, the cost for this?
That's fuel in 54150 Motor vehicle fuel new.
Yep. So you're going down slightly 1.22. So my question is, I really anticipated that this number was gonna come down more because we have now all those EV vehicles that are on electric and not on fuel.
This is our cost for our garage up or it's your diesel trucks and our gasoline.
Okay.
It's, what would happen, we would have had more, but the other departments that you, something else, they would have been probably reduced if you built it.
Okay, so I should like look in the building department because they probably use 4 or 5 of those cars.
The line item is up to CCA
Yeah.
for fuel.
Yeah, and zoning, the zoning enforcement. Is part of it. I should be seeing that, so I'll just take a look. Okay. Special departmental supply, why is that coming down by $30,000 or?
That's,
Yeah.
56,140.
There's something that you're not doing or? I can't believe-
It's actually up this year's budget a lot, so it's more in line with.
trees and stuff.
Okay, building trade, special mechanic tools, is that it? Right. 56,140. That's tree replacement, grass seed, hay, workers' comp, spreaders. That's what it is.
Are we using less this year?
Well, maybe they didn't break it. Or shovels, I don't know. But,
We're still doing the trees, right?
You're running over on that line item this year. You're at 108 as of the second quarter,
What are we at?
108%.
108%, and we're only halfway through the year?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is encumbered and not spent, so I never know.
Yeah.
if that fulfills the annual.
And my understanding is also like we'll buy order trees and then you get reimbursed from different owners who request them.
So there's
These are-
revenue.
Oh, so money comes back in.
There's somebody that I think offsets some of that.
And I think we have a yard full of trees ready to plant it
Okay.
right now, so.
So you're comfortable with this 129?
We'll work with 129, and as I said, if requirements are greater than that, then we'll go to Tom, and Tom will
Figure it out.
figure it out.
Great on some first.
Okay. Then we already talked about capital outlay. I have no further questions, gentlemen.
Any other questions on this budget? Okay, all right. Looks like you guys are off the hook.
You wanna do streetlights? Well,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can we add this $170,000 down onto this list of one-time things? Not buying any trucks.
Okay.
So Tom, that's gonna get added to that list.
Okay, all right, street lighting 4070, which is on page 118.
General question. Why is this a separate budget category entirely? What's the genesis of that? Seems like it just should be.
To us.
Who knows?
Let's go back along.
It's pretty straightforward.
They charge us per light, right?
It charges per light. It's based on the wattage of the light, how many hours a day that light's on. You add them all up, all 4,000 plus of them. You come up with almost 600,000 kilowatt hours a year. And it's almost $1 a kilowatt, plus even you're paying for them to maintain it. UI owns these lights and maintain the lights. So we're paying for the electric based on a calculation of how much that light is on and using, plus the maintenance and their. It's a straightforward
It's a per unit cost
There.
that has to be approved. Request. Everyone pays the same.
The LEDs have been in so long that we can't even see the major reduction that's happened.
But you saw it 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year you did, yeah.
That's it. Now this is. what you-
Because it's.
We got the savings.
You're right.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna move on to engineering, Department 5070, which is starting on page 141, revenue, and 142 with expense. And our friend Bill Hurley's here. He's dressed up for us like Mr. Patel, but.
I came
okay.
straight from work, so
Wait, you know, no suit and tie, but we'll let it slide.
thank you.
All right,
Good evening.
as long as you have a good budget, it's okay.
Yeah, well, just do a real quick overview for engineering that we provide design. We provide management of DPW, current and specialized projects, some of which we share with other municipalities. We have the Complete Streets Coordinator, Vice Chair of the LTA, and another member on that as well. We manage 15 traffic signals that are town-owned, creating a traffic signal command center, the latest adaptive traffic signal technology. We provide designs, reviews, expenses, and installation costs for some of the road projects and the Complete Streets project that you mentioned before. Surveyors, we provide drone coverage and photos for both engineering and capital projects group. Engineering provides professional knowledge and experience, some permit and grant assistance, quality review with the WPCA for design of the pump station. Engineering management, professional design, helping out the WPCA with the hydraulic analysis that they'll be starting soon, and the latest engineering software. We download video inspections for sewers and storm lines before the street is paved. We work on easements with conservation, DPW, town attorney, and engineering projects. We assist several departments with technical reviews, design, advice, and paperwork permits, including conservation, town planning, and zoning, DPW, police department, fire department, housing, economic development. There's probably about 12, a dozen so of other departments and organizations. Provide the EPA, DEP mandate monthly inspections and phase 1 and phase 2 of the MS4 sample of stormwater quality improvements for town commercials. Actually industrial sites and townwide annual documentation through the annual report, which you can find online. And final report, that's the draft report. The final report will be due. See, we got bridges, review the DOT bridge reports, do internal inspections for over 50 bridges and culverts. Determine if the bridge needs repair, replacement, grant eligible. Or do a lot of coordination with MetroCog, coordination with the DPW regarding the utilities. DPW handles the streetlights, as you just heard, but we do the streetlight request. Added per year. Once in a while, we'll take one away. Liaison for many of the DOT projects, public requests for solutions regarding drainage, property information, sidewalks, questions about residential development, either their own or abutting. We reviewed and issued over 400 detention and drainage apron permits. We address contractor questions or issues. We field some of the Q alerts, and we perform field investigations. So that gives you an idea what engineering does. And now to go over the budget, you'll see there's a lot of zeros associated with the budget. Slight increase on fees and professional services. Basically, what we're finding out is when we go for particular grants or Army Corps of Engineer projects, DEP projects, they also include SHPO for State Historic Preservation office there. And so we usually have to get an archaeologist to do some site monitor their services. Included is the consultant's pavement management software and the annual fee for that. We do some survey with our two surveyors in-house, but when we do large sections or long, like several blocks of the street or like a half a mile of street, we have to hire a consultant surveyor to do that. That's why those increases are there. It's also for repair of the signals, 15 traffic signals that the town owns. So that's where that came from. And communications, the other big number that jumped up, that is, as we mentioned before, the traffic control command center. All the traffic signal locations and controllers have to report back to the engineering department, and there is a fee for each. It's a $40 a month fee for that, for each signal. Communicate back to our office. So that's where our budget stands. Just here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Bill. Ms. Ruggiero.
So, capital outlets, where are you guys going? The whole budget's taken away.
With that one there, there was past years, we had a car, a van, that we shared with the DPW. And this year we bought what they call total station survey, modern survey equipment. And so this year we did not have a capital request. It may go next year, need some equipment, but this year there was no.
So what we bought last year, we have the use of that.
Yeah, actually, matter of fact, it just arrived the week ago.
Any other questions? Mr. Walsh.
Bill, I'm exhausted after your list of stuff. And it makes me have to ask the question, how can you do all that with people?
Well, we're gonna try our best.
It's gonna affect your department though, right?
Yeah, it will in some aspects, no doubt about it. To be honest with you, I made a request to the selectmen for part of the reinstatement of the engineer. And looked at the capital projects team there. There's over 150 something projects, and if everything were to go at once, they're probably gonna need an additional employee at some point either. Whether it's this year or next year, that I don't know. But that, one of the requests I did make for the Board of Selectmen was stated by the engineers.
You won't do any project management anymore in your department, because now that's all gonna be done by Eli, but just in a different department. You won't have to worry about any of that stuff anymore.
There'll probably be, we have some that we, as I said, we share with municipalities that we do, the DOT, DPW projects. And there are some that we have certainly started and we're probably better suited for. But as David had mentioned before, I think there's gonna be a low shift on the upcoming projects. And then it all depends. You heard Eli say, a typical manager can handle maybe 5 or so. And if there's 40 of them going on, there's gonna be some done by capital group and they may rely on engineering to do some of them as well.
Who would do that if I don't see a project manager any longer in your department?
That would be, we do have the senior civil engineer and the 2 senior civil engineers would have some of that.
You lose lost when there's no 2 anymore. You only have 1.
Well, there.
It'd be nice if you had a second one, but
Well, they're in another department. We're not down anybody here.
I'm talking about the engineering department.
Okay, I got it, but we're not in terms of.
Yes, 2.
Same number of people.
Yeah.
So is your department then losing work? You're gonna be giving work away? Because it sounded like your list was so exhaustive that you just went through all the things you have to do. Those weren't things that are being done by the other departments.
That is correct.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like you have enough people.
The larger projects, like for instance, Commerce Drive, we're working on, now it goes to the capital group. Okay. But there are some other projects that we'll be handling. some of the guide rail projects, and as I said, drainage, some of the drainage projects, W projects that the capital group might not be able to handle or not might.
And how many projects you say are ongoing right now?
For us, we have at least 25.
25. Okay, and then how many are totally going on in the town?
Right now, off the top of my head, I would say at least half. At least half, maybe.
Half of the 25. And then it sounds like as though you're not.
One thing, though, some of them are in design and some of them are in construction, so there's a little difference.
Is your design capability is going to be going down without having, say, a senior civil engineer?
It all depends what comes in, workload that comes in.
So with the money that's in this budget, you'll be doing less work. You only have a certain number of people, right?
That would be correct, or that we would have to some of the services, like I mentioned before, where we assist other departments.
Other
Yeah,
towns,
and-
other towns,
or-
bridge projects and stuff between.
Yeah, but and when plane comes in, it might take a little bit longer. We'll eventually address it, but it might take a little. Yes.
That would just add up over the years without the proper staff, right? Just having the program.
Yeah, it could be the case.
Okay, line that's for communications is up by 124%. Is that because of some type of new requirement for you to communicate?
Went through that, traffic control.
Okay,
Yeah, the traffic control
Oh, the
center.
traffic control. Okay, thanks. Question at this point.
Any other questions on this budget?
Oh, I do have one question. Has Megan Jane picked up the responsibilities for the Complete Streets Coordinator?
Yes.
And how much time does that take? 'Cause that's all new, right?
Some of it is new. Some of it we were doing in-house because we were working with the police department. Meg and I, when it was, police commission as the legal traffic authority, we would do, we would do the site reviews and do some of the designs in-house.
Excuse me, who is that? I don't know that by name.
She's just
Sorry.
an engineer. She's just an engineer.
Which one is it?
Megan Jane. She's the,
Civil engineer?
One of the senior civil
civil
engineers.
engineer.
Okay. So she'll have that added
Well,
responsibility.
in fairness, there's two. Santiago, so.
Where's he in? Is he in your department?
Yes.
Where's he listed in your personnel summary?
The personnel summary, I want to make sure I get. It says volume one.
It says one.
There was the one that says assistant engineering manager. I'm the ones.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's him? Yeah, that's actually, that's Mega Jane, and that should say senior civil engineer. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. There's a
Senior civil engineer, and the difference in salary is step difference. Step in salary difference.
So we should get rid of the assistant engineering
Well,
manager.
you convert that to the seniors. The number from 8 to 6 is correct. 6 is what we have in our department.
titling, they're both the same. Your difference in why they were broken out is steps. And the assistant engineering manager title was a legacy item. So when it comes time to do the final budget book, we'll just want to adjust that to senior civil engineer. You can leave the salary numbers accordingly because of steps.
Okay.
Where are we tracking the Complete Streets projects? The financials for that?
Financials for that,
Your department?
it's, we're working with the capital group. The financial analysis is the one that's keeping the track with the munis. Mega is keeping track right now, because right now, a lot of them are in design.
Settled, huh?
They haven't They haven't gone to construction yet.
Tracked in the,
They're in design.
So they're in design, so they haven't gone to the projects group because there's no project to manage it.
they are tracked in that, our new waterfall
Yeah,
schedule
yeah.
has existing projects that have been approved or tracked in there. So that's the tracking.
Right, but in
But they
the,
haven't been constructed.
Right, right.
in
But
the
as,
budget itself-
as they're going along.
in the budget itself, they're still in design, so there's no money in this budget for actually doing the work.
There was some that the boards approved, if I recall, there was $1 million in Complete Streets Fund. And, some of that has been exhausted through design, but there is still some remaining, to do.
We're talking about bonded money though.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But there's no money that you know of in the budget for that.
Not an engineering budget in terms of construction.
Is there any, yeah. Still here? No.
It's bonded, Jim. All of it's.
No, so it's only bonded.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything and there's, other than the bonded, that there's not a penny of another dollar in this budget for complete streets.
That's what I was, we went over that with the paving. I was curious, it's the same item.
Do you want to answer that?
Well, I would just say on that end, I'd actually, for complete street elements, not necessarily a complete revamp of a road, but anytime we look at roads, I would actually hope that there's lots of pennies in even just the sidewalk and paving amounts that are sitting in the budget, because every time we look at a road at this point, no matter what we're going to do with it, whether it's bonded as a larger project, as part of the state grant, which we have for Reading Road, or part of the maintenance lines in the budget right now for paving and sidewalks. Part of Complete Streets is looking at everything that we do and figuring out, even if there's a different way of striping something, being smarter about it for traffic and pedestrian and bicycles, et cetera. So
Some of the Complete Streets components, like the handicap ramps and finishing the sidewalk sections done. And lucky
But those have always been in our budget. That's just part of other lines,
That's it.
right?
we'll be more aware of it, I think, when we go to do this.
All right. Let's move on and got lots of bits tonight. And everybody okay with that? All right. Thank you very much, Bill.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
A good evening.
All right, you too. Okay, so last one under DPW is the WPCA, which is in your budget book under self-supporting. Which, go to the self-supporting tab and it's on page 204. Michelle Gore is here online on Zoom. I don't know if somebody's gotta let her in.
I think I'm in if you could hear me. I just unmuted, but I can't share my video.
Okay,
We can hear you.
okay, we can hear you though. Welcome,
Okay, great.
Michelle. Good to see you. So you want to take us through?
I would like to. So yeah, thank you for hearing tonight's presentation for the Water Pollution Control Authority's proposed budget for fiscal year 26. As this board very well knows, WPCA is comprised of both the WPCF and the town sewer department. So this proposed budget encompasses both those arms of this utility. And also, as you know well, WPCA is primarily self-supporting through its fund balance or enterprise fund, which it uses to finance its services. So in that way, it acts a little bit more like a business than other departments do. The revenue that we generate from our fees and charges are used to cover the costs of our utility providing services to our customers. A previous version of this budget was shared with the WPCA Commission at its February 19th meeting. At that time, the Commission reviewed and approved that budget with consideration given to its newly improved capital plan, its long-term financial plan, and also its proposed funding policy. The budget that you see here tonight was heard by the Board of Selectmen on February 24th. So at this time, we're seeking this board's approval of this budget. The budget was prepared with the support of John Bodie, our WPCF superintendent, who joins me tonight, as well as Michelle Cardenti and Sabrina Bernardi of our finance department. So to just summarize the highlights of this budget, WPCA is proposing for fiscal year 26 a budget of $12,036,008. Our predicted revenue is an almost 15% increase from fiscal year 25 numbers. Our revenue is primarily generated from one-time inflow and infiltration charges for new or modified connections to our sewer system, as well as permit fees and sewer user fees. And some notes about our sewer use rate. A large part of this 15% increase from current year is based on a predicted 9% bump in our sewer user fees for next year, and also a bump up in consumption based on what historical consumption has looked like, as well as a robust collections program. And I know this board has previously reviewed that data in some detail as we've worked through the long-term financial plan over the past several weeks. Revenue generated from inflow and infiltration is expected to remain fairly consistent with fiscal year 25 year-to-date predictions. So we're not expecting much to change there. A modest income that we've been receiving from marketing our composted sludge will be discontinued due to new state legislation. And just to carry forward a discussion that we've had previously with this board, is that WPCA is initiating a revenue study with a utilities management consulting firm, which has been chosen to evaluate and make recommendations to further inform its current rate structure and permit fees. So this prediction could shift in fiscal year 26 as we implement the recommendations from that evaluation. So that's on the revenue side, and I'm happy to take questions or comments before moving on to the expenditures.
Just a quick one. Can you remind us on the sewer use fees, the 9.81% increase, how much of that is volume versus a rate increase?
Sure, let me go back to the financial plans sheet. 13.51% rate increase, and consumption increase of 5.22%. So
that doesn't add up though. So
that equals the 18.75% increase over historical amounts. So we see more. It's more. It's weighted more heavily on the increase of the rate versus what we expect to see as an increase in consumption.
So wait, but the current sewer use fees are up 9.81%, right?
Right.
So if we're having a 5% increase in consumption.
She's saying it's versus the previous year's actuals, not the budget.
Oh, gotcha,
Right.
gotcha. So versus previous year's actual, okay.
Correct.
So 5% increase in consumption, and then, okay, so we shouldn't be looking budget to budget here. That's the problem, okay. So you're saying the current sewer use fees, and maybe I missed it, are not running to the 8.6 million that we have here? In the current year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question where we are
So
at currently?
So when I look budget to budget, we go from 8.6 million to 9,444,000, which is a 9.81% increase.
Right.
But are we not running toward the 8.6 million this year? Like, in other words, if I were to go actual to budget versus budget to budget, is the percentage change higher? Is that what you were saying? Or did I misunderstand that? I mean, I guess the bottom line, what I was trying to get to is if this budget passed as is, and if everything came out exactly as planned, what would the rate increase be for the current sewer users?
Currently, we're predicting just under a 10% increase for fiscal year 26 in sewer use rates.
So 10%, which is equal to what the budget is changing, but I thought there was a volume increase built in there too, which is why I was trying to separate the two. Am I
Oh,
am I
okay.
clear or no?
I think you're asking, or not getting the answer to, is what do you think the 25 fiscal year fees will turn out to be? That's what we're trying
The
to.
actuals.
What do you think this year's actuals are gonna be?
This year's actuals.
Yeah, the 25
didn't-
fees, which are
yeah.
budgeted at 8.6 million, right?
Right, and I didn't pull that data for tonight's discussion, but I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think what I was trying to understand is we've got revenue going up by 9.81%, but one of the things we learned by looking at the long-term plan is that doesn't necessarily mean that's a rate increase because there's a consumption increase built in there as well. So I think just to clarify, if this budget were to pass as is, what would that imply for a rate increase this September? So that, I guess that's the question versus,
Okay.
The volume that's built in here. Okay. Other questions on revenue, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, Michelle, you said, what part is rate only? Did you say 9%?
We don't know.
I'll pull that data in response to the question posed here tonight.
But nothing's been voted on, correct, by the WPCA?
The WPCA has seen a previous version of this budget that was in draft form.
Okay. Did they vote on it?
They voted on it moving forward for further development. So this will have to be revisited by the commission. There's been changes that have been made to this since the commission last reviewed, and it was a draft that the commission reviewed.
Okay. Why is the sewer permit on the first line going down by 22%?
Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. Just one moment, please.
No problem. Take your time.
And so the fiscal year 26 budget is based off of actuals year to date for 25. And that's why we're seeing the 21.95% decrease.
But we're only partially through the year, correct?
We're partially through the year, right? And so it's not based on exactly where we're at to date in this year, but a projection of where we'll be at the end of the year.
Understood. Are there more sewer permits pulled in the spring during construction?
I think that's a good question, and I could go back to our data and give you the best answer.
Yeah, because I don't think it's a straight line, like you just take where we are, like.
Correct.
In a month.
You'll get back to us on that?
I will.
Okay, and then some of these numbers are kind of like all over the place, like the spot permit fees, why is that? You have notes on that? It's up 10.5%.
So the FOG permit fees are projected similarly to the sewer permit fees.
Can you find out whether that's any seasonal differences?
Well, I do know that most of the delinquent fees do come in towards the end of the fiscal year, and so we would see it's slow And then we see a big hit all at once when reminder letters come in, get mailed out.
Okay, based on that and the history of that, could you find out whether that's an accurate number of going up 10.5%?
I will.
Okay, thank you. And then this waste collection number, I know it's not a lot of dollar amounts, but it's going down by 88%. Is that seasonal, based on where we are?
Right, and so the waste collection number is the septic tank haulers, the septage haulers.
Yep.
Who dispose of at the facility. We at the WPCF has seen a significant decline in that revenue source. And so that, again, this is based on what our actuals have been and what we see them being as far as demand is concerned.
Do you think that's because of the fees you charge are higher than others?
No, I think it's because of our location, and Bridgeport is a prime location. They offer this same service.
Okay, understood. And then the prior year sewer use fees going up by 111%. What's the reasoning for that?
And so we've used the same 18.73% escalator as we did for current sewer use fees, looking at historical projections. So that was looking at fiscal year 20 through 24.
20 through 24, I don't understand that. How's that calculation done?
Correct.
Done for 4 years?
You know, I just want to make a suggestion here, and Jim, these are all good questions. These are exactly the sort of questions that I'm going to make a plea for the board to please ask in advance. Because this way we can have the data available. Because we're going to have to get back to a bunch of these now, so.
And that would be helpful, so I could be best prepared for the meeting. I'm referring to our long-term financial plan right now because this information is included in that plan. And so I will refer to that plan in getting back to this board with the answers to those questions, so that I'm just giving the reference that I'll be utilizing.
Okay. I presume your answer's the same on the sewer use lien fees and the sewer use interest?
Correct. I will review the information that's been identified and conveyed in WPCA's financial plan. And I'll bring that information specifically back to this board to answer those questions.
Yeah, maybe what you could do is and maybe Tom can help out with this, maybe just an explanation of the basis for each of these assumptions on the revenue side, since they do vary quite a bit. And then on the big one, which is the sewer use fees, make just the breakout of that between rate and volume so we can understand that. So why don't we have Michelle get back to us on revenue, because we need to get through this budget.
Well, the dividend and interest income, is that just a number the town gives you based on the money that they're holding?
Yes.
Correct.
So we're gonna have to, that's part of the analysis that we get from the town. We started doing that a couple of years ago. That a bunch of the money the town is holding comes from the fund balance of the WPCA. So they get part of the interest income. All right, so why don't we, so let's go to expenses then.
And then get me an answer on the nitrogen removal credit that went up 62%.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's move to expenses then.
Yeah, no question on each part.
Okay, go ahead.
This is probably more for the people in the room. The health self-insurance lines, the percentage increases vary quite a bit from department to department. This is one of the bigger ones, and I'm wondering what determines that?
The
It's like
actuarial,
19.
This is the allocation from what we
yeah, this is the allocation from the actuarial valuations that we
looked at the other night.
Age and seniority.
Right.
Got it, okay.
Yes, I don't know if you go back to that section in the book with the Milliman projections, they have the total and then they allocate them out to the self-supporting funds. So the Regional Dispatch Center and WPCA get a piece and then the rest goes to the town.
Pension, the 401As, Formula A, health
Other
insurance.
questions on expenses? Ms. Ruggiero?
The increase in IT,
Sure, the increase in IT is based off of WPCA's needs to improve its GIS platform. We plan to be working with MetroCog on that. We are also going to be purchasing software that's necessary to identify and monitor inflow and infiltration to our collection system.
and then fees and professional services.
Fees and professional services, primarily the large increase is due to the shift that Eli spoke of earlier this evening when it comes to how the Capital Projects and Operations Office will be charging their time to projects. So there is one almost full-time staff member of that team who is acting in a project management role for WPCA, and 2 additional project managers that will be charging some time to WPCA projects. Those are allocated in this budget proposal under fees and pros. In addition, we have modified sludge management operations that are requiring additional services, as well as NIPD's permit reapplication in this fiscal year. That happens every 5 years. That's on a 5-year cycle.
Just a follow-up to that, of the 342,000 increase, how much is attributed to what Eli spoke of?
That's actually a question for David and Tom.
Yeah, the amount that you see here does relate to capital projects. This is the allocation of overhead from the town office. When we went through the finance budget, there was a credit there for 366,000 or 300. That is what's in fees and professional here. The capital projects is a separate number. It would not flow through here.
That was a breakdown that you had a spreadsheet on all the town employees and what percentage they used from, the finance department positions and various other departments, correct, Tom?
Why wouldn't but we took a project manager out of the WPCA and transferred them to the capital projects group. So I was under the impression that that person's time and part of Sabrina's time was being charged back to the WPCA, but that's part of the 360.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
that's part of it. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Because that's because we've got the reduction in payroll here by moving the project manager out. So that's effectively coming back in through this other line. Okay.
But why is the positions the same?
Well, it's not, because they added a laborer, but if you look at the project manager on the bottom of the list, I saw that too. See that the project manager goes away last full-time.
So it's really an increase in positions.
Yeah, there's an additional laborer. Yeah.
Okay.
Michelle, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
I did want to speak to that. Thank you, Lori. So we are requesting a new position for a wastewater maintainer, or currently a laborer 1. This is our most entry-level position. We're requesting this position for a couple of different reasons. 1, we have 3 vacant operator positions at the WPCF currently. That's a significant loss for our operations team. Not only do we have a limited number of current team members who could perform the duties of an operator, Those team members are also picking up duties that are inclusive of non-operator duties. We find that recruitment at the level of operator, external recruitment is extremely challenging. It's not challenging only for town of Fairfield, but it's challenging throughout our industry. The best way for us to build our team of operators is to build that team from within. And so it's really to bring folks in at that entry level, train them in our plant's operations, support their professional development, and be able to, recruit them into the operator level. So again, twofold is the reason why we're creating this position. One, grow our bench from within, but two, also allow our operators to actually perform the duty of operator and not to have to split their time between operator duties and maintainer duties.
We asked for an FTE analysis.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna.
So we're gonna get it kind of like the Board of Ed does it, correct?
Yeah, I think a draft has been prepared and we're gonna go, we have our follow-up meeting.
Yeah.
On next Tuesday, so a week from tonight.
Yeah.
So what I had done is all those questions and the request for information, I had input those. So the information may actually already be available online, but it's gonna be included as backup and there'll be agenda items for next Tuesday.
So for example, WPCA, it's showing right now in this budget, same number of individuals.
No, you'll see the changes, yeah. So you'll see an add and a subtract.
There's an add, then I don't know whether there's an add or subtract here.
No, when you see and Mr. Gerber, correct me if I'm wrong, but on your analysis that you're putting together of headcount changes, when you have a department like WPCA that's got adding a position and transferring a position, both are visible on that schedule, right?
Well, yeah, one of them
Yeah.
is in capital project.
Exactly. So one of them, yeah, so
So it'd be zero WPCA, but then it'd be an addition into the.
so you'll see add one to WPCA, subtract one to WPCA so that you could see all the movements.
Well, if you add one to on the. town-
We'll do this next Tuesday, but I think it's gonna be what you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Matola, oh, sorry, Mr. Myers.
Can I just ask, for this room, the authorized appropriations from, what does that line do? It's the last line in the.
Oh, that's transfer from fund balance. Is that what that is?
I'm going to rely on Tom's office to respond to that, because that's really outside of John and I.
So what is that line item?
Usually this is, that it has to balance.
Oh, that's just the balancing item. Okay.
It's also important.
So does this imply we'll be using fund balance of 799,000? Because basically we have revenue, we have expenses that exceed revenue, so we'll be dipping into fund balance for 799.
It does.
When you say fund balance, do you mean, the
WPCA's fund balance. And right now, the fund balance is, and we talked about that a little bit with your long-term plan, that could be used partially as a rate stabilization mechanism. So what is the fund balance in the WPCA right now? I thought it was like 17 million or something.
That range, don't have it in front of me exactly, but.
We're using 799 their fund balance. But yet we're not stabilizing the rate because the rate increase is expected to be 9%.
We don't know the rate increase yet. We have to get it broken out between rate and volume.
Okay.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be rate stabilization if it's a high rate.
Well, it's stabilizing what might be a higher rate, obviously, but okay. Ms. Ruggiero?
Contracted property services. It's going up almost $1 million.
So the contracted property services is inclusive of our new sludge disposal needs due to recent changes in state legislation.
So that's the stuff we can't compost anymore and we have to have it
Correct.
hauled away. Yeah.
Correct.
your actual driving. Sludge. Issue
Where's the ridge?
is the overwhelming hit. That's the wild card that we're dealing with. And fully in this budget.
That's like the hauling of it out someplace. That's gonna be there forever. I
It's
mean,
going to a landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah, transportation costs, tax pay to do it versus before we made a small amount of revenue.
Can I ask I know this was provided, I think, it's in some form in the long-term plan, but can you just, along with the follow-up items, just, show us the fund balance projection for next year after we use the 799?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Mr. Stark?
Why in general are this particular department's utility bills going up so much?
Michelle, did you hear that?
Yes, I did hear that. So these are numbers that I relied on on both our finance department and our Department of Public Works to supply for WPCA. And I'm assuming that you're talking about the partnership agreement on,
Are you talking, what are you talking about, electric, Kevin?
Yeah,
About
well,
electric?
look at PPA. Both up quite a bit.
Dramatic. We've told electricity went up 10% tonight by Auxilia. I presume it's the same.
Well, DPW went up a lot more than.
and I think that the PPA is what you see the biggest jump in,
An answer on that?
and I will.
Yeah, I think DPW, I see it 22% or something. Actually, there's a bunch of different lines going in different directions, so.
Electric 2 years ago was 332, now it's back to 370, so we'd have to look into why 40 number, but it's clear that the 240.
Okay, so I'll just put down here assumptions supporting electricity cost for WPCA.
Just a question, Lori, if you're making a list for the revenue, and I have a couple more line items for the expense, do you want to just, rather than go through it tonight, do you want to just write them down?
That'd be great,
If
yeah.
you don't mind. So like the maintenance repair equipment is up 115,000,
Okay,
and then the materials for maintenance repair is up 49. The special departmental supplies is up 134.
hang on, I can't type that fast. So maintenance and repair equipment and,
And then the special departmental supplies.
okay, and what was the other maintenance and repair one you said?
Do you want me to give you the numbers?
No, that's okay. Maintenance and repair.
Maintenance for materials for maintenance and repair.
Got it, materials. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay, maintenance and repair equipment,
just-
maintenance and repair materials, and special department supplies.
And then capital
just-
outlay.
And just a one note on all of these categories, and I will provide a detailed response, but this really is in response to an aging facility. So all of these are bumping up, not only in this year, but in the next few years until we actually are engaged in and are starting to complete our plant improvement projects.
Okay. All right, I'll write those down anyway. And can you, and I think Amy, you asked about capital outlay, which are listed, the components of that are listed on page 206. Are there any? You have, I don't know, Michelle, do you want to briefly walk through that? See if anybody else has any questions on that? I mean, I think they're pretty straightforward, but maybe there's a few of these things that we don't know about.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'll take those.
Yeah, and so each one of those items that are identified under capital outlay outside of the, I think there might be the PFAS study still. in
Yeah,
there.
what's the PFAS study? Is that-
So that's the perfluoroalkyl substances that are, I'll say, contaminating our sludge. This is for us to study the source the sources of that contaminant to better inform us. Source control is the best form of, I'll say, quote unquote, treatment for this contaminant of concern. And this is something that both the state of Connecticut and EPA is recommending for WPCFs as a whole, who see elevated levels of PFAS, not only in their sludge, but in their influent as well.
Is there any possibility that by getting that under control, the sludge disposal becomes unnecessary, or?
We're always going to have PFAS in our sludge, and the way the new state law is written right now, it's written prohibiting any PFAS.
Okay.
So it will not help.
Mr. Walsh?
Michelle, on, I think it's line 53,410 claims handling service, it went up 1,781%. From 2,252 to 42,300. What is that?
The claims handling service? Sure. So we have emergency repairs that are needed to be made from time to time to our aging collection and conveyance system. And that's what that is accommodating.
Is that gonna be a new number that's gonna stay like that, or is it a special year?
No, it's something that we should have been budgeting for in the past, but we hadn't been.
Great.
And so we will see that from year to year.
Insurance. The special departmental supplies, I'm not sure whether.
They're gonna
Ms.
come back.
Ruggiero,
We've got work to
okay.
get back on that, yep.
Okay, and then, explain to me the contingency. 244% increase.
Is that for wage reserve?
Sure, I'm just going to my notes for contingency.
Yeah, should largely be the driver for that because they're self-supporting, so it has to be set. In
Okay. So when we review contingency, we'll review it for WPCA as well. Okay.
So we should see that number in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Interest expense is just gonna continue to grow, correct, as we fund more of these projects? It's up 32% basically this year.
Correct, that's likely.
And that's just gonna keep growing, correct, as we start doing these projects.
Right.
Okay. All right, so we'll get some more of those answers. Madam Chairwoman, are you on the budget committee or who's on the budget committee?
I'm not.
If we need better in many of these, you talk about giving questions, we get answers. We need the answers before, when we have the book. In the write-ups where they do it, we used to get much better, like the department would have to say what major changes there have been.
Yeah.
And we're not getting that anymore.
I don't disagree.
It would save so much time.
Oh my God, it would save so much time. Like, almost like if like, dude, I think the budget committee should talk about a range. Like, this happens with the quarterly, anything that goes up by a certain percent has to be put on that sheet. Explain to us why it's, not everything, but it goes up by a certain percent.
Listen,
It saves a lot of time.
no excuses. I think we lost our budget director this year. I think we've got some growing pains. These guys are tired of hearing me complain, but I've done plenty of complaining. We need to, the materials could be better. I totally agree. It is what it is. And like I said, everyone's tired of hearing me complain, but I do agree. I think we're spending a lot of time in these meetings. I think the board has to take some responsibility too for asking questions in advance. Some people did, some people didn't. I think a lot of this stuff could be answered in advance and we're spending a lot of time on that. So I think it's a joint effort. But yes, materials could improve. So agree.
Yeah, I'll push back a little bit on you.
Okay.
You're now retired, but she said, I'm
I
working
work
12 or
12 hours a
14
day.
hours a day.
I-
And I'm with her.
10 to 12.
So there's
at
times
least.
I don't have time
least.
to review this stuff and sit here on some Google Doc and type out every question. 2 or 3 days in advance. I would love to be able to have that time. I
Yeah,
just don't have it.
I think we might find it, you might save the one-on-one time. I hear you, I get it. I
If we
think,
had a walk that explained.
Wait a second, yeah, are you telling me that you're looking at this budget for the first time tonight?
No,
No.
Okay, you've looked at it beforehand.
I looked at it today.
So that's the time you could type some questions up. I don't disagree with what you're saying either. We should get better detail. But if you're looking at this and you're at your computer, you could type a question. Why did line item go down $400? That's it. We don't have to ask that question at this meeting tonight. That's what wastes time.
it does, here's what I would say.
Administration goes up by 20% or more, especially the ones that go up 1,000%.
Right, and what we
When you
should
write the
do,
budget, Put it down.
so let me
I get it. You're
let me
right too.
suggest
We're
this.
both right.
Okay,
Let's agree.
everybody's right. We had a couple of years ago, a postmortem budget meeting, got a lot of good suggestions. Ended up with the Google sheet, worked great,
Did work good.
not working so well this year. I've made my opinion on that known. But one of the things, because I remember the former first select woman complained, meetings take too long. So we said, okay, we'll get more efficient, but that requires something on both sides. We need better materials from you guys, and we'll do a better job prepping so that we don't waste a lot of time asking questions about small dollar amounts and silly things during the meeting. And that still applies. I think it's
I
both.
agree 100%. You
So
guys
we'll-
are right too.
Yep.
I gotta tell you, I've been on this board an awful long time. And I said this a few months ago, when we talked about meetings. These meetings are longer than ever. I don't think it's gotten that much complicated over the years.
John, I'll just be, you have been on a long time, and I'll just say with all.
You too.
I'll just say with all due respect, the reason why they've gone longer, and we knew that, because Mr. DeWitt and his team said, let's cut some budget meetings out. He cut at least 2 to 3 budget meetings that week, and that's pluses and minuses. It's nights I don't want to be here either, nor do you. But we all said, okay, it's not like we're not going to cover the whole budget. Those meetings are going to be longer if they're going to be less.
We need to
So that's the.
have a,
It's time for another postmortem. I
Postmortem,
sent all my suggestions to the budget committee in advance in January. None of them got implemented, 0. And here we are. So we need to do a better job of that. So I agree with you. And we'll put time on the agenda at a slow meeting, April, May, June, whenever it is, and we can put our heads together. All right, so are we done with WPCA? Because
Anthony, I thought we were gonna.
I thought this would be the year we would get Anthony up here before 10 PM, but I
He actually explains everything that we don't usually have questions.
I tried.
Last time we didn't have questions for him.
All right,
No, I
remember?
love those meetings. Those
All
are
right.
good.
Where does the income from? I don't know.
Okay, so
I
here's,
spent the weekend in New Orleans with my daughter playing softball and I got burned, sun-kissed.
we feel really sorry for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody, we're gonna move on to kind of the Culture and Recreation Center, and we will start with, by the way, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Department 7030, Penfield Pavilion, and that is on page.
168.
169 for revenue, 170 for expenses, so, and I know you answered some questions in advance on this, so thank you.
Do you want me to cover the presentation first? I could do it quick. If you've
Yes.
already reviewed it, that's fine too.
No, why don't you, actually, yeah, that would be great. Why don't we, everyone has the backup, I believe, right? So
If I figure out how to share my screen, we'll be good to go. I know you guys have it already, but
this
We got it
organization,
twice.
For those-
Last week it was in color.
all right, so this gets to
Yeah,
the
that was that.
overall organization versus the individual departments. So I'm sorry, I should have asked for that first, but yeah, please do that, and it's great if you could share your screen.
feel free to.
You want me to grab Chelsea? Oh, it's up.
What's up, Bill?
I'm pretty tech savvy.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
I like to
give
think
it
so.
For nothing.
All right, so I apologize. Everybody should have gotten this in advance. I believe everybody did.
If you got it
Last week.
We got it last week.
The way I'm looking at this right now is I'm really excited. So hopefully that translates to what I'm saying here. I'm not looking at this as a restructuring or a reorganization. This to me is more of an organizational vision, which is how I've highlighted it here. What we're looking to do, and
this wasn't captured in the budget initially. So I apologize for that. I'm going to ask you guys to make some amendments to a couple line items as we go through tonight. I've got the line items. I've got the exact dollar amounts that you guys are going to like to see. But basically what we're trying to do is create a community services department. A lot of towns do this. A lot of cities do this. Where I would oversee parks and recreation, human and social services, our still oversee our golf courses, our marinas, the recreational facilities, and our, I said human and social services. So with that comes a shared vision, shared resources, really just trying to have this, good collaboration amongst these departments. So mission and vision, these are already what we live by at the recreation department. The only thing that's changed in here really is the name, calling it Fairfield Community Services. So again, I won't spend time on this. You guys could read it at your leisure. The organizational structure is going to be just what you see here, 4 pillars basically: golf, human and social services, recreation, waterfront. Not much changing within each individual pillar. But why are we doing this? And again, it's to promote a coordinated system for service to the Fairfield residents. Whether that's programs, events, resources, allocation, and we want to start capitalizing on our community partnerships. We have a lot of nonprofits here in Fairfield that we fund a good portion of their budget. So what better way than to actually start using some of those services? Next slide. Again, this just talks about some of the core services that social services is already offering. Again, housing, credit and money management, youth services, where we're going to expand our youth services bureau, transportation services, employment resources, mental health and supportive services. Again, trying to capture this all in one spot where people will be able to know, hey, this is where I go. These are where I find the resources and what's available. Recreation, same thing. We've got all our facilities that we already see: parks, beaches, golf courses. We have some of the best facilities in the state of Connecticut, if not the Northeast. We plan to expand our core programs. And that starts with some of our adaptive recreation. You guys have heard on the waterfall chart, we're talking about the pilot house facility and revamping that and making that a real center for that population. We're going to expand our preschool programming, youth programming, teens, adults, and seniors. Everything that, again, we already do, but under this larger umbrella, we should be able to service this a little better. Waterfront. Again, we've got 5 miles of coastline here in Fairfield, 6 public beaches, an inland lake, the 2 marinas that we have. Again, huge assets to this town that we want to use. Coordinated system, again, parks and recreation, primarily going to focus on improving physical health, provide spaces for children to be active, nutritious food options, multi-sensory experiences, help children develop their social skills and offer workforce development and career exploration. Programs for youth and young adults. Coordinating these services will improve how the town can meet the needs of families and help break down the silos between different programs. The intentional coordination will lead to the benefits that the families are going to get greater services than what the individual departments could achieve alone. Again, just basically working together under this umbrella. One of the things that we thought was important for you guys to see is the organizational chart. I cannot read that up on the board right now, so I apologize, and it might be small in your thing too. But again, it really just shows the same 4 pillars that we laid out before. Left-hand side in green is the golf. Again, not much changing there. We've got a really good structure in place. Human and social services, with Julie DeMarco and Brenda Steele leading that over there. Nothing essentially is changing in the structure that we're seeing. It's just a little bit of a different reporting structure. Parks and recreation, again, focusing on the programming and the facilities, and then waterfront operations, we've really broken out as its own area, and it should be very similar to golf. It's as you guys see these budgets every year, golf and beaches are where we make all our revenue. So that's the structure that we have there. With this new position, This is the team that, we've assembled. Again, all these people already work for us. It's just a little bit of a different structure. I get a new title in this as the Chief of Community Services. And then again, the positions underneath, obviously, you recognize these names and faces. And we're really excited about this. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, I know I don't want to say this was rushed through. It's late. I have 8 budgets to talk about, so, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have right off the bat. But like I said, I know Mr. Wolf was out of the room. When I get to those line items that are directly impacted by this, I'll point them out to you with specific numbers.
Just before I turn it over to the board for questions we'll do the questions on the presentation, then we'll go to the departments. With the reorganization, are there changes in headcount or not?
There will be an increase of 1.
And which position is that?
On that chart, it's a recreation coordinator. It's the far right on that organizational chart.
Okay. So I see recreation coordinator.
That says vacant, but is that
It's
a new
current-
position?
It's a new position. Yep.
And then the Parks and Rec Director.
Yep.
Which used to be your title.
Correct.
That's an existing individual in the department. That's Galen. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so the one new position is the recreation.
Yep.
Um,
Galen's position last year, assistant director.
So questions from the board on the presentation, Mr. Penn?
Yeah, I'd asked a question, maybe there were too many questions in one on that answer. But I didn't get an answer back. I just got the Selectman's office response. So it's basically about the reorganization. I think I heard it all. So there is an increase in headcount. There's definitely going to be an increase in cost. So there's no cost savings in this reorganization. There's no reduction in staff. But it's in keeping with the vision that you think is going to be ultimately better organizationally. Right.
That's a fair assessment. I didn't get that question, so I apologize.
Well,
I think I did.
I worded it better right now than I did. I had a bunch of questions, but I didn't get really any response. But that was mainly what I was wanting to understand. So yeah, people went up. I guess there's gonna be some salary increases with.
Yeah, and I'll walk through that as we hit that budget.
Very good.
And then I'm gonna offset it with some increases in revenue as well.
That'll make Jim happy.
I hope.
Okay.
I don't know if I could do that.
All right. Okay, I know Jim has questions, so I'll just.
Well, Anthony, you probably are. I think that the services department has to report the first line. Or issue that.
Social services.
Social service. Specifically says that in the charter.
We have, on that point, do you know the timing of the legal opinion on this?
We'll follow up tomorrow. He knows it's an ASAP before the Board of Finance votes.
Okay. Is that, yeah, I have that as an open item on
Yeah.
our, so, yep, okay. I mean, we've got a verbal,
Back verbally,
we've
but
got a verbal that it's okay, but we're waiting for the.
any explanation, but we asked for him to. I did exchange a few messages with him at the tail end of last week in further
And
detail.
we'll have Phil here on Tuesday.
We just jumping in.
Yeah,
No, I just wanted to, are there any questions on the overall presentation before we go into the budgets?
All right, we'll start with Penfield revenue. Penfield revenue is on page 169, I believe, of your budget books. Again, I think everybody's very pleased with this 111% increase. Right? That's great news. The big thing here is Penfield Pavilion's open, or will be officially open. We are doing events there currently. This budget is based on that building being 100% functional. Basically 150 events at each one of those buildings. There is a new rate structure in place. The Parks and Rec Commission did increase the rates for Penfield Pavilion. So again, that's what's reflected in here. There is some old money on the books that means people booked prior to those rate changes. So we honor those rates. But yeah, $752,000 worth of revenue. Not terrible. If there's no questions on the Penfield revenue, I'll just walk right into the expenses. And again, the expenses go up because the building is open. So we've got to staff it, staff 150 extra parties that we didn't have last year at the pavilion. That's why you see an increase in your part-time payroll. Seasonal payroll does go up slightly. Again, maintenance staff, locker attendants, things of that nature are in that line. Utilities will increase because the building is now back online and open. And then everything else is honestly, it's pretty small number wise in the whole scheme of things. Cleaning and janitorial does go up slightly. Again, the building is open, so we've got to make sure it's clean and ready for parties. And then special department supplies, we did increase again back to when the building, to meet the levels of when the building was open in 22. Any questions on the Penfield?
Yeah, so obviously there's been several years of inflation, but the 26 budget is most comparable to fiscal 22, correct?
That's correct.
So the part-time payroll is whatever, 3x almost, not quite 3x, but it's substantially higher. I know we've had a bunch of minimum wage increases and all that, but can you explain that to us?
Of course I can. So the $132,000 is made up of event staff that make about $22 an hour on average, 10 hours times 300 events. So that equals the 132.
And so did we not have as many events in 22 or was?
We probably had roughly around the same amount of events. It's always hovered around 150. We're super heavy during, April through November. It's the November through March where things get a little lighter in the off season, because then it's just the main pavilion that's open. The real main driver here is it really is minimum wage. We could probably back out and figure out how much it was minimum wage, but we were doing dollar increases here in Connecticut for quite a while. Now we're indexed, so we don't actually know what minimum wage is going to be every year. But I believe they typically tell us right around the end of December, hey, for January 1st, it's going to be whatever it is. And then
When did the big jump to 15 go up though? Was that, do you remember?
it was phased in over 5 years. We were at $10 an hour for a while, then it went to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and now we're again, it's indexed. We're at, I think, 16.69 an hour right now.
Close to 17.
Yeah. But that, like I said, that changes every year. We have cut back a little on double parties. We used to have parties where people would book the afternoon and then the evening. And we just found that it was really too much manpower to try to flip a building as quickly as we were flipping it. So really we're urging people to, and they like to rent the whole day. So we're not losing revenue by doing less parties. It still requires people to be on staff, on site for it.
Questions, Penfield? Yeah, I'm gonna move along quickly before anyone thinks of a question.
Recreation 7050 is next. I'll start with revenue. Revenue here is pretty flat. Miscellaneous parks, this is, when people have block parties, they rent barricades, trash cans, things of that nature, that goes through that line. Swim lessons, we went with $10,000. That's a pretty good number programming. We didn't increase our number. We were just short in 25, the current fiscal year. I want to say we came in at 132, 133. I know we covered it at the quarterly. But we were comfortable again trying to keep it at that 140. The tennis concession, that's the tennis bubble that has the long-term lease with us. So this is a contractual number. Burr Mansion, our best estimate's 150,000. We are on target to meet that this year. So there's I don't believe there's any reason why we wouldn't meet it next year. And then our field rentals have been pretty steady where they are. The only thing I cautioned our Parks and Rec Commission about, I may have mentioned this at the Board of Selectmen, was more and more groups are becoming recognized groups, meaning they have 100% Fairfield residents. And once you're a recognized group, you then pay a much lower rate for field space as opposed to the hourly, $100 an hour, $150 an hour for turf. So, questions?
Yes.
On the miscellaneous park stuff. Is that what you said block parties were?
Yeah, it's typically block parties or special
You're
events.
the second person tonight who's claiming that revenue. So
Well-
we already had DPW claim that they get it.
It goes, so it goes through their office, but it ends up, I can't claim, I don't have any idea what number they're claiming. But the revenue gets entered into this account here. Their office
Can you talk
their office does handle it.
you talk to them and figure out why both of you have revenue line items?
Do you know
They
that?
keep some of the, do they keep some of the revenue because of the garbage pickup? Split it or something?
It might be a split of some sort that I'm unaware of, but.
We can clarify on that, but it's my understanding, I know that there's also been some of this, the confusion about is DPWs and parks, they also no trucks, but
All
at the end
the,
of the day, there is some expense and revenue on each side of it.
all the requests are handled through the DPW administrative office. So they do send us and they enter these into the, the bank reports whenever they do, so. But they are hitting our lines.
Okay, because they're claiming this year, $11,500. So.
I have,
You're
I have a-
claiming $6,500.
I have a really good feeling that there's, I believe it's split, like someone had just mentioned. I think ours is garbage cans and barricades. I think theirs are recycling bins, blue bins, because there's the big bins and the little bins. They get that, and I believe they get. We can sort that out.
I mean, and you all had these amounts in prior years, right? So it's. Okay. Other questions on revenue for the recreation department? All right, expenses?
All right, recreation expenses here, this is one of the line items that I'm going to have a change for you. For the most part, this budget stayed relatively flat with what you see on paper. The payroll increases were due to, I believe, settled contracts and a couple step increases for some of the newer employees. Seasonal payroll went up again. This is our adaptive recreation after-school program. So it was a minimum wage compression increase there. Social Security is a function of the regular payroll. Fees of professional services did go up. This was an increase due to our fireworks show going out to bid. The marine services for that really is what's driving the cost of that. It's not actually the show, it's the park itself. And then educational memberships, yes, it's a 33% increase, but as you can see, it's not a large dollar amount. More and more of my staff is actually getting certified as recreation professionals, which is what we want in our field. So we encourage them to do that, and that's what that line is. So the adjustment, and I don't know who's taking notes, but the adjustment that we would want to make in this line is there's one for this one, and it's in line, it's the regular payroll line 7050-51010. This would be an additional $80,026, 80026. For a new line item total is 754,753. That covers the new recreation coordinator at a salary of roughly 66,000, which is the first step of that union position, via position.
Okay, so that new position's not in this budget.
Correct. It's not, it wasn't captured in this budget. As I mentioned during that presentation, the budget was already put together before the community services concept was really being developed. And then the additional money in that line, it's like another 13,000 that was in that, it's total in the 80, is for a reclassification of a financial analyst that's in our office, or budget analyst that's in our office, who already works for us, but it's taking on an additional.
So can you find us 80,000 more of revenue somewhere? You did?
I did, don't worry.
So I'm just gonna put a note here for you, so get the details of the recreation department adjustments. We'll get those from you guys, or what you're asking for.
You get a new personnel summary with that in?
Yeah, one of the, so to that point, can you, when you go through the personnel summary, these are different titles than are on your org chart, so can you map those out for us as you,
Easy. I can do it now.
okay,
So recreation director that's on there, that would be now chief of community services. The assistant director that's on there, assistant director would become director of parks and recreation.
okay,
Recreation aquatics coordinator is still that.
Mhm.
Youth and recreation coordinator, there's two of those. That would change to 3. And that's where that 66 and change gets added to on the chart. And then the account clerk is the one that I was talking about, gets a reclassification of the difference between the 66 and the 80, so whatever that is, 14. And that title changes from account clerk, I believe, to budget analyst. HR, I know, is hammering that out. It was either budget analyst or financial analyst. It just, I think, depended on what departments. Secretary A is still secretary.
The town clerk is gonna make $80,000?
No,
the budget.
it's a little less. It's like 70.
And what does that person do?
Pays all our bills within our umbrella. All the bills. Help me put the budgets together.
Right,
Works all the details. I mean, this person is CFA by trade, like.
got it, okay.
Perfect person for this.
Why wasn't this done at the board of selectmen level? That was only a couple, 3 weeks ago, right?
Why wasn't this change shown?
Yeah.
It was in the works.
Yeah, I've just never seen anything in the works that late in the budget process where we're adding. 66.
It's 80,000, 26,000.
Where does the revenue come in to offset that?
I've got 4 lines, 5 lines under that.
Okay, and you'll, okay,
I walk you through them.
gotcha. All right,
So
any,
so the 80,000 was really just 66 for one position, 14 for the other, and then plus benefits and things like that.
Right.
Or, I mean, some of them already have benefits, but like contribution FICA, right? So it's really not just 80, it's 80 plus.
These all have, except for the additional head count, they wouldn't have been captured in any of the benefits at this point, but that would be something that finance would adjust, I assume.
Yeah, but that has to get into this.
I guess the end of the budget.
So I believe that from what I'm understanding, it sounds like that will get in. I think you guys are talking about this on Tuesday from what I've heard tonight.
so typically, if we have adjustments, and we haven't had them of this nature necessarily, but when we have adjustments, whether it's to insurance or pension or whatever, usually the town will give us all the impacted budget line items, and then we will vote or not on them. So this would fall into that category of budget adjustments if they're approved, okay. But what you're telling us is that these are all offsetting at the end of the day.
That's my goal, yes.
So Andy, you don't know what the total of all the budget costs, the insurance, all that stuff. You don't have an idea. You just know what that top line regular payroll changes to, the 752, 750. So we're gonna be getting that, I guess?
Yeah. I put that down, details of recreation department adjustments, so we'll have to go over that next Tuesday. Ms. Ruggiero?
So the increase in expenses, I appreciate that you're able to offset that with revenue, but how? Like, why wasn't it
Why
originally in
didn't you
the
know that?
estimate?
Well, I didn't know about this change in vision and structure until after those budgets were put together, which is the whole point that I'm explaining this tonight to you guys. The increase in revenue lines will primarily be driven by program increases and the ability to put out more programs.
As a result of these changes?
Correct.
Okay, so you're getting, in other words, you're getting fresh revenue from this investment and expenses.
Correct. from programming. Again, what these guys focus
It's
on.
not like you just sandbagged your revenue budget
No,
before.
I try not
That's what I
to.
was asking.
I try not to.
I mean, no, I mean, I appreciate.
I'm joking, but
No, I know,
Saying
but
it,
you've had others say that.
But
too.
I didn't know if you were able to find more revenue or
Just look
just.
that way.
no, that's good. I mean, additional programming is great and, and it pays for itself and that's great. I look forward to seeing those.
All right, so we're moving on to waterfront revenue, which is page 178. I will make some adjustments here. So what you guys are seeing here, beach stickers, daily parking, and concessions. The concession number is down because this had gone out to bid during the last budget cycle. So this was unfortunately the number that we came in at for market rate, which is disappointing, but it is.
So we get a flat amount or we get a
We
cut
get
of,
we get a flat amount of, this, 23,495.
that's what they pay us.
Correct, and that's from Memorial Day through Labor Day, so it's just the full summer month. Two changes that I'm gonna make here are tiny, but it's to beach stickers and then to daily parking. And it's to add 10,000 to each of those lines. If you want to say that I'm sandbagging there, maybe, I'll accept that. But the daily parking number is weather dependent. And I think everybody here knows that. There's years where if we get a rainy summer, we're not making that. So it's not that I play these numbers conservative, but I look at past history and what we've done, and you can see there was one year where it was 293. We didn't increase rates. It was just a rainy summer. But last, in 24, we did over 400,000. This year, we're on track, for almost 5. If I
2025.
For 2025.
Wait, was 2022 COVID impacted or no?
Not really.
Not really, okay.
We were coming out
I
of the
thought we were
COVID.
closed to out of towners during one of those years.
We
Was
were
that-
in 2020, and then 21 might have been a funky hybrid year. I can't recall.
So you're on track for $500,000 for 2020.
I believe that that's what we said at our quarterly. We had a really good summer this past summer. From July 1 through Labor Day, it was unbelievable. And one of the biggest days that we had was Juneteenth. We didn't anticipate that was gonna be,
More people have that.
more
day
people
off.
than ever. That was probably our busiest day of the
Because people
summer.
were-
Weather was beautiful, people had the day off.
Had the day off, okay.
$500,000.
Yeah. So optimistic on that one.
Just a question. Have we taken up our price for beach stickers or when's the last time we increased
We
pricing for beach stickers and parking?
Parking, we increased, I think it was 3 years ago. And non-resident beach stickers, we increased, I think it was 2 years ago. We went from $225 to $250.
And we have to be careful with that. right?
Correct. We charge $25 for a regular 18 to 61-year-old resident. So we're charging 10 times that for a non-resident. The fact that we took federal funds for Penfield many years ago in Jennings is why those two beaches have to be open to non-residents for parking. And the law, correct me if I'm misspeaking here, says you are allowed to charge a reasonable rate. Right now, nobody's challenging that the 10 times 10 is not reasonable. And from a market comparison of other towns, they're all at about $250 for their non-residents, with the big exception being Westport, who was at $750. I think they may have just lowered it a little bit, but they took a lot of heat to do that. One of the things that I keep an eye on every year is Hartford, to see what they're going to do, because there's always a push to make the beaches free. That
It's a
would
bill every year.
every year, and luckily, every year we fight it, the beach towns, and it ends up dying, but it's one of those things you have to keep an eye on, because if it does sneak through, these revenue lines disappear. So.
And that, I think that push originated because of towns like Westport that were charging these really egregious.
Is there $25 for the beach sticker in line with Westport, for example?
We might be a little less than Westport, But we're, like Norwalk doesn't charge, right? If you pay your taxes, it's included in the mail. You get your tax bill, you get your beach sticker.
But we get the dump too, right, with the stickers, right?
You get the dump, but you pay when you go to use the dump.
Right, but you
So-
still, yeah.
You get it, but there's towns like Trumbull, I know,
Yeah.
Mr. Marsili was just talking about that, like, again, you pay your taxes, you don't have a beach, but you get your park sticker. And when you go to the dump, it's included, so it just depends on setup of the town.
Mr. Welsh?
You go to Penfield, can you get a beach sticker for free?
If you only go to Penfield and you're a Fairfield resident, you can get a Penfield only sticker.
Okay.
For free. I don't know the number that we use. Correct.
Who knew? I don't have to buy a beach day. I already bought mine. Could have saved 20. No, my husband goes to the dump like twice a week.
$25 is
Just
not.
a quickie, this is only tangentially budget related, so don't spend more than a minute on it. But has there ever been any discussion of reciprocity, maybe not full, but partial with Trumbull? Because they have really good inland spaces and we have the beach.
There has been, over the years, Trumbull, Easton, Weston.
Yeah.
Typically, I would say Easton, their first selectman pushed it a couple years ago, like they were really interested and
We have less to offer than Trumbull though.
we just couldn't work out the details on it. But it has been, and Westport's a good example of a town that does that with inland
Do
towns.
with Weston. right?
Yeah.
Other questions on this budget? Okay.
Moving on to the expenses of waterfront. Waterfront, the big driver in this one is seasonal payroll. These are all our lifeguards, our parking staff, and affected directly by minimum wage. So that's what you're seeing here. I didn't increase the number of hours that were guarding the beaches or the number of hours that were manning the guard shacks for parking. Strictly just minimum wage and then a little wage compression for some of the supervisors, but I can break that number down if you need me to. I have it in front of me, but other than that, you'll see we held everything else flat. The 18,000 for printing and binding, that's the cost of our beach stickers. That's a bid. So again, we were pretty good. The one year that we did go over that was because we sold additional beach stickers. Beach stickers were popular that year. We had to go back to the printer and we needed a couple boxes of beach stickers. Any?
Ask, it's a tiny number, but everybody's electric went up. Yours is flat. Is this your number or is this an allocation from the town?
Typically it's an allocation from the town. The numbers on, like the actuals that you see are, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, so I apologize, Tom, right off the bat. Tom's department handles processing utility bills.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't necessarily get processed immediately or within like even like the right quarter. So sometimes these are getting charged back. So it's tough for sometimes to tell how much you've actually used, but this waterfront budget, this is this captures electricity for the Jennings Beach, basically. That's just about it. I have to double check if it includes the sail house. I believe it also includes the sail house and the Coast Guard building that's there, but again, they're not used that for electricity.
Okay.
Why is the seasonal payroll, is that based on?
Yeah, so what I have here is for the two assistant directors, $23 an hour times almost 1,100 hours, so just under $25,000 for those positions. There's three of them typically. Lifeguards, we budget at almost 22,000 hours. That was 1975 is their average rate, so that's the bulk of what you're seeing here. It's almost $430,000. Parking staff makes up 6,150 hours, and they're $18 an hour, so another 11,000. So yeah, it did go up.
All of them went up?
They all went up by $1.
Questions on waterfront? Jenny?
So, well, this is like a payroll, but it's really actually just for a second back to revenue. So the concession, is that a lease? That lease?
The concession in the revenue is a lease, yes.
All right, so there's no sort of.
Nope.
Parts to that question, You just not have people. One person.
I'd have to double check how many we had there. I think we actually had a couple, but that was the high bidder.
They just can't make money.
I'm not gonna say they're not making money. I believe they're making pretty good money. It's just the market rate that year when we went out to bid, that was the high bid.
And our equipment? That's their
That one is their equipment.
Their equipment.
Their equipment at Jennings. They bring in everything. They basically just get the shell of
At Jennings.
building
What
at
about
Jennings.
Penfield?
Penfield's carrying Penfield budget. That is estimated right now at about $40,000. We provide the equipment for that one. Obviously, if there's anything outside of the fryers and the hoods and stuff, then they bring in their own stuff. They'll lease their soda machines and things like that. But when they built Penfield the first time, they outfitted it that way.
Are we allowed to see their financials and what
We
they're
do.
making?
Yeah, we are, and we request them every year.
Okay.
And they give them to us so we can see like the gas dock at the marina, which we'll get to shortly. He had his best, the new company had their best year that I've ever seen in my career. So.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they make money, but I don't know, I fast food, I don't know what the margin is on that they make, but 23,000 to pay us, it doesn't seem, I don't know, how much food do you sell in a season, I guess?
They could sell a lot. They could sell a lot. I think it's weather dependent,
Yeah.
right? We sometimes will we do events down there to try to also help drum up, revenue for them.
Electric bills, is that our electric bills or theirs?
They do pay us, I believe it's a flat rate of $500 to offset their,
For the season or?
for the season.
Mr. Myers?
Hi, Anthony. So Justin Cathcart is in charge of waterfront, which includes the beaches and the marina. I was always aware that he headed up marina. Is this a new responsibility for him to do beaches as well?
Yes, this would be in a new position for him, in a new management position, overseeing the marinas and the beachfront. And he'll have two rec coordinators under him, one primarily that oversees the lifeguards and the pavilions, day-to-day of the pavilions, and then the other one who does facilities and leagues, fields.
Okay, because he used to be more of a seasonal position, right? Because he was only around for when the boats were in the water.
No. So he's been full-time. They moved the marina manager full-time probably 40 years ago. It started with Robin Bimmel, and again, he was a part-timer who they made full-time. But when we took on marina back in 2020, we took on the full marina. The marina used to actually be a line item we had the revenue in recreation, and then the maintenance side of it was in DPW. And I believe it was this board that said, hey, we want a true marina P&L. We want the budget. We want to know how much you guys are making and how much you're spending. Because when it was in the two places, it was just lumped into, at least the maintenance side was really lumped into one gigantic line item that you didn't know. And DPW could be like, well, we could pull tickets and try to figure it out. So we ended up doing the budget like we do. But when I took the marina over entirely, and I brought Justin out of the public works office and into the recreation department, where we were always selling the marinas, his role had naturally expanded while he was in our office.
Okay.
All right. And did you guys handle, obviously, payment to public cemeteries?
We do.
Where's that?
It's in my parks budget, which is the next one.
Okay, so.
Yep.
So the Parks Department, you're gonna take us through this, but you are shedding responsibility for this, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And this is gonna be part of DPW,
This is rolling into DPW.
where it used to be.
Where it used to be.
Okay.
Where it used to be, correct. But because I put the budget together, they live in my building.
Okay.
I'm going to walk you through assumptions that I made with this. There's no revenue to this, so it's just the expense.
Okay, just one clarifying question. So when this goes into DPW, it's just this department is gonna slide under DPW, but it's gonna remain the Parks Department?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
We'll have to budget code it the same and has,
Everything will be the same. It's just because this was the one where we had the charter violation, right?
yeah,
So this slides out under DPW, but it stays as a function. Okay.
even in the way we set up, it's to remain separated out similar to other things that are under DPW, but not the main work.
And so who will the department head be for this?
So there's a level supervisor who would then report to John Cattell and then upwards as a department. Similar to the way other divisions are handled, like engineering, tree warden, things like that that are under DPW. So there's already a.
When this was in DPW before, it wasn't a separate department, right?
It was.
It was?
It wasn't budgeted as a separate department, but it was still a division within DPW. So they had highways, fleet, trees, parks. Was its own thing.
Like maybe okay.
So you could conceivably, similar to buildings or streets, highways, tree warden, you could collapse all of this back up under DPW operations if you wanted to. Our discussion has been that this is unique, so similar to how you don't do that with, again, I use like engineering as an example.
Right.
But parks in particular, what we want to try to find some of the synergy there, we want to be charter compliant. They are for the near term, they're gonna remain physically located where they are right now, which is the Parks building. Anthony and his broader team will have a lot of input into how they function. And we're gonna keep them as their own actual department, their own contracted services line, their own personnel lines, and they have a PEDO level supervisor that was there before, there now, and we're leaving all that in place.
Thank you.
Two questions initially before you get going on the budget. John Cattell sat down and reviewed this budget with him, since they will all now be reporting to him.
We've discussed the budget, not line by line, but we have discussed the responsibilities of the Parks Department and the expectations of everything that they're supposed to be doing and my expectations of what they need to be doing.
But John doesn't report to you on this, correct? I don't see that in your,
Correct.
John
does.
He can fully direct them.
He can fully direct them, which is, again, this is what makes parks, I don't want to say unique, but it is kind of what makes parks unique because the charter does outline that I do work with DPW on maintenance of our fields and facilities. So they have to report, my understanding, they have to report to him. So my request is normally through, well, in this case, would be through John. It used to be through Scott Bartlett.
Yeah.
So yeah, now it would be through John. The nice part about, again, having close proximity and a good working relationship with the parks team is that I should be able to hopefully get that, but there's gonna be plenty of times, I'm sure, where just like when there's storm work, he's got other plans for them that day that they're gonna be doing, and, I might fall to the wayside or, put it on the back burner, which,
You're his customer basically here.
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
And he's the town residents who demand good fields are gonna be the customers, and if it doesn't work, you're gonna hear it.
Correct, and I'm gonna be the one that hears it. And that's how it always was prior to me overseeing it, is I was the one who was hearing it. It wasn't.
And that's why it
DPW
got,
did.
that's why you
Correct.
brought it in.
You hear it all
under-
the time.
Correct. Much easier to have a handle on it than having to be on the back burner.
In regards to your contracted services, it is the largest
It
one.
is.
John decides who those contracted services are, right?
So right now it's under bid. So he could cancel the bid with it. That would be foolish to do in the middle of we're about to hit the peak season for us. But towards the end of this calendar year, he could decide to not renew that contract and put it out to bid or take it all back in-house if he so chooses.
And you said it's out to bid. One company bids for this whole thing.
It's not out to bid currently. It's under contract. The last time we bid this was only, I think, 2 years ago. And we had, I think, 8 contractors that bid on it. And there's a number of ways that you could proceed with that many, vendors. You could You could assign it to one person if they are the low bidder on the whole package and you think they have the manpower and knowledge to do that. You could potentially break that up amongst 8 vendors if you wanted to. My choice is not to break it up, when I had the decision to make amongst multiple vendors because it's just multiple headaches for me. When I have one vendor to deal with, it makes it much easier for me to hold them accountable for work that, may need to be improved or need to be done.
Did you get a quote from that one vendor? That's why it's an exact dollar amount. It's a 3% increase.
No, they're under contract, so that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're under
Who is that?
contract, Greenway Property Services. So they handle, and this is 3 different bids that we're talking about in this line. 2 of them are held by Greenway Property Services. The other one is held by Aqualon, which is an irrigation company. They do our irrigation work. But field and field maintenance, that bid's a little over $828,000 of this number. Lawn mowing and maintenance is $146,000, and then the irrigation's about $100. Different being the lawn mowing that we're talking about, those are the islands around town that aren't athletic fields. Greens, not all of the greens, because we do some of that stuff in-house, like the Sherman Green, Town Hall. Our parks guys will mow that, but you'll get islands up off of Bronson Road. You'll get the Mill Plain Green. You'll get all these little places in Southport. Like there's plenty of them that they do mow.
But the fields themselves, who does that? The mowing?
Greenway does those fields.
All the fields in town. All the fields that you manage.
All the fields that I manage. There's 2 locations that I do not manage. I do not manage Fairfield Ward High School. That is now out to bid. The Board of Ed wanted to go a different direction. So they went their own way, put that out to bid. Bids closed today. I don't know the results. I don't have any idea. I have no involvement.
Sure.
And the other spot is the front field at Ludlow High School, the one that's actually on property. Those are the 2 locations that I do not manage maintenance of.
Do you still on that subject? A few years ago when I was involved in the Little Leagues though, we had more control of our fields. Is that still the case?
Yep, so we work with Fairfield American at Mill Hill.
Yeah.
They'll pay for some of the maintenance and improvements of that field. Fairfield National will pay for improvements and maintenance of Upper Tunxus. And then Girls Little League will pay for maintenance and upgrades at Doogie Yellow.
Who pays for Gould Manor, the 2 fields that Fairfield American runs there?
The town.
Who wanted to do that whole thing?
Yep, the town, they will, if we're doing an upgrade to fencing or we want to rebuild an infield, like if they're requesting that an infield be rebuilt, typically they'll pony up the money for it. It does depend, but the general maintenance and linings is on the town.
Can I ask a question? And maybe to the first selectman, I know you talked about shared services with the Board of Ed. Is this on the list of potential things? Is there anything to be gained by combining outside contracted services and DPW's work between the town and the Board of Ed?
Maybe, if not.
Do you have a good sense, like if we were to combine those contracts, do you think that would impact pricing?
We've had these contracts combined in the past. The Board of Ed split from us.
And
They didn't see eye to eye with the contractor that we had. And that was why they went a different direction.
does it cost more? Is it time to revisit that?
I think it's always time to revisit. I think you keep your options open. I was working, with, prior to Frank leaving, I was working with Frank on pricing out, bringing a lot of this work back in-house, because we have a very talented parks crew.
Right.
That, again, if it makes dollars and cents to bring it back in, it brings some, and it might not be all of it. But again, then Frank left and that kind of fell to the wayside. But I know they're talking shared services, and I think it is something that they should look at.
As the superintendent, are you having a dialogue on this?
Yeah.
Okay, we can ask him about that on Thursday.
But I would say it seems like an awful big risk to have all the fields under one contract. It's quite a lot, so.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's all the fields, but I guess, just like you have, you have multiple contracts, it seems like just on your end, if, it's just splitting them in some fashion might make sense. I don't know if we need to have a silo of Board of Ed in town, necessarily. I'm just, and maybe there's nothing to be gained. I have no idea.
Is there, because it sounded like everything except those two fields at the schools are all under one Greenway contract. So is that a risk?
For athletic fields, all the properties, like the school properties are not like actual school grounds and courtyards and stuff. That's another contractor that the Board of Ed contracts with.
No, but you were saying in the town that I thought you said that all the fields.
All the athletic fields.
All the athletic
So
fields.
like Sherman, I don't know which school, where you live, but if you know Sherman School, like they have a large athletic field. So the backside of that school, Greenway handles, front side and like the sides of the school. And if they have a courtyard, another contractor handles.
Okay, got it.
And the Board of Ed doesn't have their own maintenance division that could do mowing. They used to, they eliminated that when they outsourced all this stuff.
Okay.
Not long enough where we outsourced it. It was explained to us now, maybe you have a different opinion, I'd like to know it. Because the companies we outsource to don't have to, they're not unionized like our people would be. They are not having to pay retirement to, and potentially not health insurance. It all depends. And that was a big savings because of all that. That's still the case, or you think the prices now have gotten to the point where it doesn't matter? Because obviously the town's benefits are extremely expensive, more than private sector.
I think it's something that needs to be priced out. I think I would be wrong to say just off the cuff that, yeah, it makes sense to bring everything back in and it's gonna be cheaper, or it's gonna be cheaper to outsource everything. You're 100% right when it comes to mowing lawns, and I'll just use that one as like a really simple thing. For me to send a DPW guy to go mow a lawn at $35 an hour. Contract plus benefits. Right, exactly. You all in, right, you're higher than that. Where, a contractor might be able to hire someone closer to, not minimum wage, but $23 an hour. That's obviously cost savings. But I can't say that, yes, for sure, that would be the better route to go. I think it's something that should be explored. But yeah, I mean, I'm of the mindset, maybe it's a hybrid. There's stuff that we can bring back in, and that was what I was working on with Frank, trying to get those numbers and figure it out.
Yeah, I remember that, in the DPW, when we had the DPW audit done, just 5 years ago now, or 4 years ago. That was one of the recommendations, was to take a look at that. The reason being was that the original analysis, may not have included, and I'm going off memory here, so don't hold me to this, but the original analysis that showed the savings may not have included everything. So when we've outsourced, we had all these, I don't want to call it add-on stuff, but there were, you had all this add-on stuff that made the outsource cost higher. And the question was, okay, if that was in-house, or were we doing the correct analysis to compare the two? So the recommendation was just that you should reevaluate this based on, what you're actually paying versus just a contract price, because, so it sounds like you had started doing that and it got, the study got interrupted, but it's just something to look at going forward.
Let me ask you a quick question. You've been around here long enough yourself, and your predecessor, who you worked with. One of the things we heard on the fields was, no, we need a company. Our DPWs not lining this stuff correctly, not doing it correctly, not cutting the grass correctly for what we need for the teams that are using this.
I've heard that. I disagree wholeheartedly with that. My team is very talented. They would love the opportunity to take some of that work back, and they take a lot of pride in what they do. And I go to bat for them.
Just out of curiosity, do you recall who drove the original decision to do the?
Scott Bartlett.
Okay,
it was Scott, but there was talk about using an outside company to do the sports fields and the lining and maybe that proved false.
There were, all due
Trying
respect.
to think with
Not get into it. There were times when I was involved in Little League and that, I gotta be honest with you, we were very unhappy with how the.
Yeah, I know.
In the fields, because it would, if it rained a little bit, everything would be canceled the whole day. But if you had an outside contractor, they would come and fix the fields and you could play games that day. So I think it's worth looking into, but
Yeah.
you,
Okay.
the ultimate thing is you better service the customers, which are the citizens. And if they get ticked off about the fields not being.
Well, you'll hear it.
Hard.
It's gotta be apples. You'll hear about it.
Apples to apples, and the financial analysis gotta be all in costs. So.
All right.
I mean, the reality is this is this is change is being driven by the charter, nothing, right? So, okay. Anyway,
To Mr. Walsh's question earlier, I do just want to point out, the line of maintenance repair of buildings and grounds, 54,320, has $45,000 in it. About 10 of that is for cemeteries and maintenance and stuff of that.
It's 54.
320. Almost a third of the way down the parks page.
Oh, there it is. Yep. Half of that is
It's about 10,000
10,000.
that gets allocated to the cemeteries. Our cemeteries are not active cemeteries, for those who were wondering, so. Those maintains, they're historic cemeteries.
Are they just cutting the lawns or is it repairing toppled over tombstones, whatever?
It's a little of both.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah, contracted property services, Greenway, they mow the lawns. Toppled headstones, things of that nature. Take a little coordination because we do have to go through probate on them, work with the History Museum as well. It's a 3-step process. But yes,
We may find some funds for that. for the-
sometimes, yep, sometimes they do. We do wall repair, like we had a large tree come down at the old burying ground next to town hall, so that got repaired. Sometimes things don't go as fast as neighbors want, but nobody in the cemetery is complaining. Sorry, bad joke. Silly bad joke.
people are dying to get in there. Yep.
Yeah. Marina, moving on to the marina revenue. I think this is a page you guys will like. Page 187. You'll see the marina revenue is going up. After a hiatus of increases at our marina, we did increase rates fairly significantly. So you'll see that up 20% in the slip fees. Winter storage is going up slightly. And then everything else is our kayak racks, and those stayed the same. The gas dock, unfortunately, the concession went down. It is under bid one more year. And then we're gonna renegotiate. The deal with the gas dock is anywhere that you have a municipal building that has a concession or vending machines. There's a group called, I'm gonna butcher their name, but it's the Group for the Blind who get first right of refusal. If they wanna put a vending machine on your property, they get that first right. If you have a concession that they wanna run, you have to offer it to them first. So the gas dock, shockingly to us, they were interested in. They took it over, their rate came in a little lower than what we were receiving in revenue. However, when they provided their books this year, their profit margin was very good. Like they were very happy with how they did. I think they sold 15,000 gallons of gas, which again, I've never heard of any of our vendors doing that. Not a large profit margin on the gas, but it was successful. So anyway, that's why that line is slightly down. Any questions on revenues?
Yes, so not all of us are happy. I'm a slip holder.
You still have the best deal in town, Jim.
No, I did want to ask, at your rec commission meeting, you had a discussion as to whether or not you were going to hold these fees flat for a while and then bump them up every once in a while when the Board of Finance tells you should raise the revenue. Are you going to do it that way, or are you going to bump it up by inflation every year?
I think they lean towards inflation every year. This was more of a catch-up year to get us, I don't want to say to market, but kind of to market, closer to market. And then they were going to adjust based on inflation.
Okay.
So this line should increase for the next several years. then everybody's mad at us, so it's.
Suck it up, Jim.
I just like to remind people that when you compare to market, you have to compare it to
No
other
service,
marinas services.
Right, you're 100% right.
no club there.
Okay.
There's no bar.
No restaurant.
No restaurant.
Oh, I Jim a rip.
All right, expenses for the marina. We held these lines as flat as we could. This is the other adjustment that we need to make to this budget here is that line for regular payroll, which is the top line 51010. We're increasing this line by 13,445, which will be an even $100,000 at that. Everything else, for the most part, stays flat. Seasonal payroll, the seasonal payroll here, these are our marina guards, park attendants that greet you as you enter the marina. And I assume that yes, finance will still get you the updated numbers that you're looking for.
What's the rate of rate?
So this was the expanded role of moving up to a management role and overseeing the movement of new community services department.
So the, yeah, it's a.
His salary is captured in the marina budget. That's where it's.
This is the waterfront.
stored.
So this title should change to waterfront supervisor?
Correct. It's now waterfront manager or manager of waterfront facility.
And other than the marina, what's his charge?
Overseeing the entire waterfront, lifeguards, parking attendants, that entire operation, Lake Mohegan. Anything that pretty much has to deal with the aquatics.
Who did that before? Who did that job before?
Well, it was primarily some of what I did, some of what Galen did. It was kind of a shared oversight. We still have a recreation aquatics coordinator who will schedule the lifeguards and, handle trainings and things of that nature. But this is basically the manager of those.
Right, so why can't Galen do that job still? The other stuff at the Penfield and whatever, she was doing some of it before.
Because she's taking on new responsibilities as falling into the director role.
Is he still staying this person?
No, he's coming out, he'll be non-union.
Department head, like technically?
Non-union,
He'll be non-union.
wrong category in this town.
Ms. Rogera?
So is that why there was an increase of 10% in this salary
Union.
before this incremental 13,000 that you're adding?
That was a contract and I believe a step increase.
So that's where I'm confused, because I thought this contract, everything for the increases were put in contingency.
No, not typically, not step increases, because those are,
Traction.
what's the right word? Yeah.
We know what the step
We-
increase is going to.
At least this is the way it's been since I've been looking at these budgets. So we put in market increases, we put in step increases, but the annual salary increases that are subject to the union negotiation, those get put into contingency until such time as we know what they actually are. Or the estimates for those, I should say, go into contingency until the contracts are settled. Okay.
But this position will be added to the list of non-union employees.
Correct. Correct. It's not an added headcount.
Absolutely. Excellent.
All right.
Moving on. Golf courses. Okay, Carl Dickman. Par 3 golf course, page 188, revenues. You're seeing increases here. For slight increase for carts. And primarily our
It's $500. Come on.
$500. But the big one here is the greens fees. Golf Commission did raise rates across the board by $1. I would like to adjust this line item as well for greens fees. So that's the 42466 line, the bottom one, by $25,000 to make a nice even number of whatever that is.
510.
510, I missed it, sorry. Getting late.
The percentage increased.
25K.
Okay.
Expenses. On to expenses, we held, as you can see, we held flat as we could here. Seasonal payroll increased just slightly. Our golf seasonal employees, we keep at minimum wage because the benefit we get from golf, when they get to play golf, they play at reduced rates, so. Very slight increase there.
Okay.
Do they get to collect on the off season, get to collect unemployment? So drive our unemployment number at both locations.
Some do, yeah.
That's where our employment number's not high. Okay.
Okay. Move on to Smith, if there's no questions.
We're missing Craig today.
What's that?
Craig is usually all over this
I
one.
know.
He sent me an email, he said this budget looks fantastic.
I usually rely on him. I
can hear
look
that.
to him to give me
Did you not relay
guidance.
that message to you guys? Oh.
Yeah,
He's
no.
very on top of it.
I'm sure he'll ask.
He'll come back and watch it.
Should have raised the fees.
We're going to. All right, so revenue, you're seeing increases again here. Season tickets, which are our season passes. We did increase rates, so sometimes we see a slight increase in passes, because that helps them get a reduced rate. We did increase our golf fees, again, primarily due to the rate increase. Driving range, right now, I'll talk about that one just for a second, since that's the brand new driving range. I'm sure everybody wants to know, hey, where are we? What are we doing? We're tracking for about $355,000 for the current fiscal year, which is above the 315 that we estimated. It's a great showing. I think that the number's only going to increase. However, I'm not super comfortable yet saying, without being through it for a full year, saying that I want to go much higher than 350. I would hate for us to overinflate that number, and I don't want to say based on novelty, but when something's brand new, people like to go out and use it immediately. So when we're seeing these crazy numbers right now, I just don't know how sustainable they are. And I want to make sure that they're the real deal rather than just that novelty and it wears off.
Appreciate you being conservative on that.
The rate increase, was that also $1 program?
It was, and $2 on cart, so that's why the cart revenue there went up. And I did want to increase two line items here as well. 42471, which is golf fees. And then as I just spoke to the driving range, I do want to increase it slightly. But I want to increase both of those lines by 25,000, which would make our total at greens fees at 1.5 million. No, 1.57.
575.
Sorry, yeah, 1.575. And then the driving range going from 350 to 375. I do think I am conservative, even with my I'm optimistic, but I think that's a good and conservative number still. And when you put this in comparison to some of these other places like Stanford, they're doing $1 million a year. There's New Britain, off the charts. So
My kid goes up to Shelton in the winter.
Shelton's
Same
a
concept.
good one, yeah.
That's the question. You have the lights for the nighttime next year.
We do.
That's going like a lot more hours than it used to.
Yeah, we've been shutting down around 8. We started at 9 originally, and that was where we thought, and we just saw that people weren't staying out that late. So we said, all right, we'll just cut it back because it doesn't make sense to have anybody stay that late. So, as far as an estimated P&L just for the driving range, the RTM had asked me, I don't know, at one of their meetings recently, so I was just prepping for that. So I happen to have it, in front of me. Revenue, like I said, is going to be in the 350s for the current fiscal year, and the expense side's only 15,000. So I mean, we're netting 240,000, which is good, is a really
Nice
good
profit.
profit for us, yeah.
What was the capital cost to
Capital cost was 550
Okay.
total. So, yeah, I mean,
3 to 4 year return?
That include the putting area too.
that 550 includes the putting area, which we haven't finished yet. We're moving. I had really high hopes for it to be done by beginning of the summer. I mean, with losing Peter yesterday, that probably gonna put a little damper on the speed of that project. We were doing a lot of that in-house, and relying on his expertise, so.
Place is packed.
It is.
I was just there this afternoon. I couldn't even find a place to park.
Awesome.
So as it stays later out, are you gonna be staying open and using the lights like till 9 or 10 or?
We probably will. That would be our goal. I think we'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously, we're not gonna need to turn the lights on, in the summer till 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
7:30, 8 o'clock. So if there's a demand for people past 10, that was kind of we wanted to follow the same rules that we set for our fields where we have lights, which is not many, but we do have some. So yeah, 10 o'clock would be the absolute cutoff, but we phase that in slowly to see what the demand is.
And for this budget, have you changed like the price of the buckets and balls?
We did not. We kept it right now at the $10 per bucket. It's just a matter of driving up those extended hours and the number of buckets that we're selling. So
Just one size.
we have two sizes that we do. We do a $10 bucket for 55 balls, a $5 warm-up bucket for I think it's 22 balls. And again, we have a pretty good software, when you swipe the cards and everything, that breaks down, how many full buckets, how many, so we know that on a daily basis. Okay.
Expenses.
Expenses.
That's one question we got.
No,
Org chart.
Yeah.
Is that always the fact that the golf pro?
No, he doesn't.
So, like, the golf pro can go to people and say, hi, I'm thinking about carrying this stuff or how many lessons I'm going, it's in my budget.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, it seemed like a little high.
Well, their overlap is they do interact every day.
Yeah.
Primarily about maintenance concerns, those types of issues. No, he's not. He does not go to the golf superintendent to talk about lessons. He will come directly to me and future case, most likely Galen is.
When I've been at private clubs, it's like the golf player carries probably 1% of what he wants for kids. That's the other way around.
Yeah. Here it's a little different here because our golf pro is an independent contractor. So he's not a town employee. We have very good working relationship between the three of us and even the concessionaire, Boca. I mean, it's a team really of four, so.
We ever explore whether the golf pro can be an independent contractor? We ever get a legal opinion about that? Because if not, we are really creating ourselves a potential liability that will add up for
why don't
years.
we, can we put that as a,
We asked for it out last year. The same thing came up. Yeah, because we're basically controlling, he's working at our location. I mean, there's a whole test of about 20 different.
okay, all right.
You guys all know.
Yeah, we can't get into that now, but can we put that as an item to look into?
Because not that when the state of Connecticut Department of Revenue Services comes down on it, on all of it, it's a nasty investigation.
Okay. All right, expenses?
HSR expenses. So here we did increase headcount. And that is the main driver, I believe, in this salary line. Plus we have two DPW employees, and I believe this captures, and if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this captures their settled contract as well.
So that new labor, the 64,000 is basically the increase in your.
Correct. That's in here. We increased overtime slightly, again, just based on usage. Seasonal payroll does increase. This is all our, there's two seasonal payroll lines. One is primarily clubhouse payroll, range starters, things of that nature, and then the other one is maintenance.
Can I ask you on the payroll line? I'm the golf superintendent, looking for someone else, unfortunately. I love Peter. But given a whopping $280 raise. I mean, what kind of percentage increase? I mean, how does they track?
We can get an answer on it, but these lines are the actuals that are being, there was no raise number. This is truing up to the actual in munis. So part of that means going back and trying to figure out why 121,029 wouldn't last year.
Okay.
So if there's any other raises that have all been held in contingency the past 2 years,
That's gonna have to be revisited
Yeah.
when we,
just trues it up.
all right?
Everything else we tried to hold pretty steady, as you can see, based on the percentages, so. Happy to answer any questions.
So I just wanna look at the electric lines. That did go up, right? Yeah, okay, that went up 10%.
It's 10%.
The capital outlay.
How's that go? So capital outlay, I think you heard earlier, some of the other budgets that those lines were, the requests were changed or were reduced. And I believe that, the administration is working on a replacement program to put together and, go forward with capital outlay that way.
But what kind of items were in there? Because we just approved a bond for like stuff for the, but what was
So-
actually in there? Historically.
I can tell you what I requested.
Yeah, you can tell what you requested.
So I requested $238,000 worth of capital outlay.
You read those off and the price per each, right?
I requested a new excavator for $70,000, a greens mower for $48,000, mower for greens in the T surrounding areas for $50,000, a new dump truck to replace one of the old ones we have for $60,000, and the top dresser and fertilizer spreader for $10,000.
Well, none of those meet our bonding policy. And I would say the chances of you getting that passed are slim to none. And you're basically creating a slip in your budget by reducing your budget by $90,000.
How critical were those things for this year? I mean, I'm assuming you can limp along another year with what you've got.
Lots of things that.
So some of it is, right, I mean, so the excavator that we were asking for, the current one that we have is 1990, so it's 34 years old. Working,
It's working, okay,
I don't know for how much longer.
okay.
We have a 2012 greens mower that we were replacing. We're still, lead time on those are still right now about 12 to 18 months out. So even if I had the money to do it, we're still talking a year and a half before I'd even have that.
How much was that item?
That's a $48,000 mower. We have a 2011 John Deere mower, again, same type of deal, 12 to 18 months. That was a $50,000 mower. 1997 dump truck that's breaking down and undependable, in need of a new dump truck. That was the $60,000. I mentioned the top dresser, which is $10,000, which is but.
Okay.
So that's in where?
That's the 10,000.
That's the 10,000, that's
Okay,
what
but you don't have a list, you don't have a list. Okay.
Not in the, it's not listed in the
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody told you to take it out and obviously that was the first selectman. But if you have anything in there, you have to still list it out. For capital, we require.
So I choose. I put my request in through the first selectman, just like all the other departments. We do enter text into all the lines. So again, that's why it's so easy for me to give you the numbers like off the top. I'm not giving
Yeah,
you
we
off the top of
used
my
to, we
head.
used to have, Frank got rid of it, but we used to have the department request in this budget book. And
Yep.
then it disappeared.
Yeah.
And I know there was a complaint about it because I don't know if that was a charter thing or whatever, but we actually used to have that so you could kind of see the original request and that went away. And then I think the first year it went away, I think we got it supplementally. It
We
was-
get that supplementary,
it's
we get every
provided.
department request versus what the budget is.
Sure. And to be quite frank about it, because we discussed this at the beginning, we discussed this at the previous board before this. We did ask all of the departments to put everything on the table. Right? So these were not lean requests by any measure. Now we have a very good sense of what they need, be it in the future or what we could attempt to fund this year. So,
The departmental request is misleading. Because when I first got here, the former budget director came up to me and said, so what are you looking for? %? And if I had said, yeah, 3%, then you would have gotten 3% in that line, in that column. And this year I said, no, no, I want to see what they want. And then we'll work there because we want to know what it is that everyone thinks.
Yeah, totally understand.
So, I think if you put it in there, you could have an effect of stifling the actual truth that people are going to give us behind the scenes. But, you can get whatever you want, but I don't think it's a good idea to, because I did it differently apparently than my predecessor.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's the same thing with the Capitol. I know Brenda made that change. She said that she requested the whole universe be reported versus before that, it was trimmed down before it ever came to us. So yeah, different philosophy, so you're gonna get a different result.
And on some of the capital outlay stuff, we don't know where one of our missions is to break down silos between departments. And we want to make sure we understand what equipment everyone has and whether or not they can, we can share equipment between, different groups, and we're not there yet. So everyone, is asking for new, equipment. I don't really have a handle on what people have and whether or not they could be deployed in different places.
Ms. Ruggiero?
I'd like to make a request. Can you provide us with a list for where all these capital outlay items were taken out of the budgets, the asks,
Where or what?
the dollar amounts, the projects, the total?
Yeah, there's.
So we heard about it tonight here, and we heard about it earlier tonight, but I don't know what other budget.
Yeah, I think that's pretty.
Okay.
I mean, Anthony just gave you his ones and DPW.
I believe you captured it in the presentation you gave to the Board of Selectmen. I think there's already, it might even be on the website already. I'm positive you
Well,
captured.
I think you're asking for the specific equipment or.
The total dollar amount that's been taken out of this budget that you're looking
The
at.
dollar amounts I put into the presentation that I gave to you. I did put the requests versus, the first select person's budget. That was on one of the slides, but I can resend it to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Gerbert, well, I talked to a couple of department heads, so they had some questions, and they said that they had to submit their budget through Munis, and then you meet with them, all the department heads, about their budget? Some of them said, were telling me, no, I never met with them for budget. You meet with every department head?
As far as I know, yeah.
Do they know why you cut their budgets?
They certainly should.
I mean, you might have told us this, but if you hadn't adjusted budgets, we'd be looking at, I think, an 8% mill rate increase or something like that, right?
Yeah, the initial
Sorry,
ask was 8% on the downside.
8% on the town side and almost 7% on the Board of Ed side.
But we weren't upset about that because we asked people to.
No, you ask people to do it. I'm just saying a wish list is not necessarily realistic for what gets into a budget. I mean, there's gotta be some kind of rational, have to look at this and nobody gets everything that they want, right? So,
Even a baseline needs in an environment like we're in right now may not even necessarily make it into the budget as difficult as it is.
yeah, I mean, we had a historically large ask from the Board of Ed. And we had a very significant ask from the town and we can't,
With all this.
I think it's pretty obvious. You can't pass all that on to taxpayers as is. So, we may disagree on some of the things. I'm sure department heads would have wanted more, but, kind of deal in reality too here. Okay.
Well, I mean, I used to do budgeting right out of college for like 3 years. And for two Fortune 50 companies, there wasn't 1 year, it was like, provide us your wish list, or what do you want? It was, we are staying below this amount. And that's what we got back. It was not like.
That's an approach.
Yeah.
But, then you might not know what you don't know. And, I think we got in
I
trouble.
think it was left to the people who were asking for it. Like, if you need anything more, you better come with a special request and have full documentation request of why you need
Well,
that.
now we'll see both. So, we'll have the information, but, okay. So that's the golf course.
Social service.
We got human and social services next.
So I apologize to Julie now that she falls like under my umbrella, that she's gonna be last all the time. She's not used to this.
No, I'm not.
All right.
We are, unfortunately.
So,
I'm very much awake.
okay, so we are on page, starting on page 154. Welcome, Julie. 154 and 155.
I think that's for last.
No, thanks. And I'll be. So the revenue. We expecting 85,000 for our classes, our membership fees. That's an increase of $6,400. And on the expense side, most of our payroll related, you see. The regular payroll is the union contracts. The part-time payroll are just adjustments for the numbers of staff we presently have. You'll see the professional services are down 8,885. And that's to reflect, you'll see, so that's that line that's fees and professional services. At the very bottom, that 58760, the senior center programming, asking for an increase of 3,000 of that. Those are the fees and membership fees and the class fees. That not deposit, general fund. But those are those fees that we would like to use to cover the increase is for 2 additional classes. So we're reducing fees and professional services because we used to pay our instructors out of that, but now that we have membership and class fees, our regular ongoing classes are paid out of the senior center programming. That's kind of confusing, but you're following? Everything else is pretty basic, right? Maintenance and repair budget is down 1,000 with the next couple of years, so we reduced it a little bit. Increased our printing and binding a little, redoing brochures, signage and the logo and banners. Any questions?
So, Julie, I just want to ask you, the only increase in staffing is on part-time.
Yes.
You're getting a licensed social worker, right? Is that what that stands for, else?
I did, yeah. Just flows. It's actually not a new position. It's just pulled out of the social work caseworker. We have a 1 day a week LCSW. That's her. Those are her part-time hours. Not sure why it was pulled out, but it just, and it's also increasing or adjusting the hours of the social workers we have now, those 4.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a realignment of that.
Okay.
We both had the LCSW, but they're on Wednesday kind of work.
And then you have a part-time driver, just because there's more pickups or more shifts or something like that?
Yeah, and that's just an increase in hours too. It's not actually an extra driver. It's just
Okay.
them getting back to kind of pre-COVID days.
Is that because of heavier usage? Are you getting more people, like more clients coming back?
We are, and we're also doing more partnering with the senior housing
the South McKinney. Senior housing. So we're doing a little bit more of that. We're using our buses for some of our shorter trips rather than our dial-a-ride grant.
Okay. You didn't make any requests to have a capital outside.
No. No, we are getting a new bus, but that's by grant, for a grant, yeah.
That's a normally.
It is, yeah.
It's great you're increasing your merit classes. It's just taking more different classes.
Yeah,
And is that by request or is that?
it is, I was going to drag Brenda up, but
Oh, come on.
she's feeling a little bit shy. Brenda does a twice a year survey. Find out what their gaps, what they like, what they don't like, what's working, what they don't. And I'm happy to say the fees are covering the offerings, so it's running at a loss. We're able to then try some classes that we're not sure will work.
Speaking with you last year, if there's like an unpopular class.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thanks for hanging out with me.
Oh, it's fun.
You should have let her go early.
I
asked.
I
I would have said yes.
have a follow-up question. I didn't understand your explanation on the social worker. Where was that in last year's budget?
It was, I don't typically pull out LCSW because the social workers are all doing the same kind of work. So that LCSW would have been in the social caseworker.
But I mean, we have an increase in headcount. So that's what I'm not understanding. Part-time is going from 11 to 13. So where was that person last year?
She was in social caseworker. We have.
But that's not going down though.
It's not,
But it is not going down, but what we do have we have some social workers who work 14 hours. One that works 7.5, one that works 12, that work 19.5. So it's not really it's not job sharing, but it's different social workers doing different hours. So
Okay, but the costs are going up, right? So
yes.
it's not an extra person, it's more hours?
It's more hours, so that's some of them who were, somebody who does 15 is doing 19.5 now. Or somebody who is 12 is doing 14.
Okay, because we have, this is driving, that we have a 90%.
it may end up next year, breaking this budget out by hours versus head count. Because the head count's not necessarily a good picture of what's transpiring in that office right now.
And for us, it's coverage, it's staff numbers, making sure that people cover cases.
Okay, and another question, what's included in social service payments, $34,000?
That is, well, that's like boiler or energy assistance. That is, sometimes medical expenses, sometimes some assistance.
And on what basis do we do that? We just give money to individuals?
No. Anybody who comes into social services goes for an intake. We look at assets, we look at debts, we look at bank accounts and an assessment of where they are financially. So it's not arbitrary. They sit down, they have to bring bank statements. And we try to help them get through an emergency.
And veteran services, is this the gift cards that we're giving out?
No,
Where are the gift cards?
They had been in fees and professional services that I got the message clear that we would put the town. So we use donations for that. So gift cards are coming out of donations. The veteran services is line that we kind of inherited a few years back where I started in this role. I used the Legion on Stratfield Road had Vanessa Marshall, who was the veteran service person. And this was the funding she got from the town to run veteran services. And when she passed away, social services became the manager of that, where they carry that money.
So are we cutting what we're giving to veterans or are we? So where it goes from fees and professional services to what?
It doesn't. You'll third up from the bottom of the veteran services is 42.
Right, but that's flat from last year and
It is.
fees and professionals went down. So
So if we were to use all the veteran services funds, that 4,400, we would still use the social services funds to help veterans as they came through. We wouldn't turn a veteran away. So we wouldn't use fees and professional services to help with social services clients or with veterans. We use that to help, for if there's an art class or if there's a need for an exercise class. That's more of a senior center side.
okay, so I have this right. So we're making up what we were doing with the gift cards from the donation account versus the town budget.
Yes.
Okay. And then the 4,400 is,
That's veteran services, so we help, if there's a veteran or a spouse of a veteran who is in a crisis, financial crisis, we help with that. Also, we work with the VFW and the Legion, if they, you'll probably notice around town, there's Purple Heart signs now for parking. That came out, that we paid for that out of this. There might be a new sign needed at one of the signs, we would use this money for that, or if they were having an event, like when there was the Vietnam Veterans event last year, use that money. So that's specific, that's only for veterans, their family and their spouses, so it can't be used in any other way.
yeah, and the social services payments, I mean, it feels to me a little bit like that COVID relief fund that we had, where we've got just individuals coming in and kind of making a hardship case. Is that?
Not a pity party, it's.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just, this is, effectively, these are. That's what this is, right? People are falling on hard times and they're coming to the town and they're making an application and we're determining who to help out with rent or medical bills or whatever.
And we have professional social workers making those assessments. It's not a lighthearted, parting gift, you get money. They have to bring in, it is hard to walk through that door. And I don't think I have to explain the economy that we're in now, how people are struggling. We would be an outlier to not help our residents. And I think 9% of our residents live below 200% of the poverty level. The people are struggling.
No, I understand that. I just, we had some problems with the COVID relief fund. And even though we had a committee overseeing it. And so that's why I get concerned about something. I mean, we had an independent committee reviewing all that stuff and we still had some issues with it.
I hate to argue with you on that. There were some issues with it that came up in the audit, and I would have loved to address them with your audit committee. And I wasn't given that opportunity. What we did was good work. There were some questions. They weren't ridiculous. I own any of those mistakes. I do own them. But overall, that fund helped a lot of families, and it disheartens me to have that dismissed. That was good work by both the committee and the department. It was really good work.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue that there aren't deserving people in town. It's just that it's sort of an odd thing. It's almost like it's an assistance payment of some sort, which, I don't know. Seems like a tough thing to get your head around, how you do something like that equitably. It's not a lot of money, but.
Is it fair to say that other towns do the same?
Every town, Norwalk does not. Every town does that. Every town does gift cards.
But this is known, though. It's not like a secret society. People are, it's broadcasted, so if
I don't know.
anyone can apply.
No, I don't, that was part of the concern, even with the COVID relief fund, and this is nothing, that anyone did wrong, but with the COVID relief fund, for example, it wasn't public. It wasn't like we have a lot of families in town that have a lot of needs. And, if you happen to know about this, or if you happened, to walk in and apply for it, you would, maybe, get some help here, but
I think if I could
That
just.
happens everywhere, though. That happens with our senior tax relief. If you hear about it, yeah.
Well, that's different, though.
It was publicized in the first select woman's updates, our newsletter, in the schools, in the papers. It was publicized. People don't find out about things until they need them. You don't know until you really need them. So I disagree that it wasn't publicized. We did our best.
If I could just chime in for 1 second, obviously, I think with this new community services umbrella that we're looking at right now and the way how we're trying to roll this out, I think getting that word out to a larger demographic, larger population, maybe there's other policies or restrictions that we need to put on things, and we need to look at those. But I think that's where we're going to work together and try to figure out what we're doing to get that word out there. That's all.
It's certainly something to talk about.
Yes.
yeah, no, I would say that. I mean, because, it's a little different if you're, like, I love that we're helping veterans, and it's great that we have a donation fund that we can do that with. But, when it's coming from donors versus when it's coming from taxpayer money, and we're effectively offering, just monetary assistance to individual residents, I just think that's something we have to be careful with. So I appreciate it if we take a look at that, because.
I'd like to add, though, that when somebody comes, we get referrals from the police and fire department if there's a struggling family for whatever reason. We'll get involved and help them. It's arbitrary. It is certainly well thought out. Would you say?
No, I'm not saying it's arbitrary, but we, as a town, we do, we give money to nonprofits, $350,000, I think it is, right? But we have a process for that. We have the nonprofits come to us, they provide their financials, they apply. Occasionally they'll come before us. This year, I guess they're going before the RTM, and they make their case, and we cut a check to an agency that administers it. We don't internally take that responsibility on of vetting families or making decisions about who's worthy or not worthy for something. I think senior tax relief is different because there's a program and there's criteria that apply to everybody. And this is, but
we have that.
So
the maximum amount of assistance somebody gets from the town account is $500. They have to be current on their taxes. They have to be.
okay, I'm not going to belabor it. I thought that it was more than, I remember when we went through the whole credit card thing, I thought there were some larger payments than that, but I would say just take a look at it. And I do think that from a process perspective, I'm not sure why we don't handle this the way we do other payments to nonprofits. I just think that would probably be a better way to do it. That's my.
We don't see with the nonprofits. One thing we don't see with the nonprofits is.
76 families you're helping.
What's that?
$500. If it's $500 and it's only 36,000, that's 76
Yeah,
families.
I don't know.
That's a lot.
What we don't see what the nonprofits is we don't make them come back and tell us how they spent the money.
They've provided us information. We can ask them to come back, but
Let's ask all of them how they spent their money.
well,
How they
they've,
spent our money and what their criteria are.
have you looked at the materials that they provided?
I have not had a chance to look at it.
Because what we do with the nonprofits is different. We don't internally make decisions on who gets what, who deserves what. We do that, like we give Operation Hope $25,000. They're professionals, they run their operation, they figure out how to use that money. We cut them a check.
We
And
have no idea what they do with it.
They provide their 990, they tell us what they're gonna do with it, they provide us their financials. We standardized that a couple years ago where we ask all the nonprofits to do that for us. So that's my suggestion, that if we're using taxpayer money to effectively make charitable donations through, we normally do that through a structure where we approve a nonprofit for it. Like if it was veterans, we could write a check to an organization. Rather than, handing out gift cards. So that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, but what happens when the police have a problem with somebody who needs food or whatever? I mean, this department has been around here for, I don't know, since I've been here, 30 years. I mean, I've been here for 50 years, so but I wasn't looking when I was 10 years old, how this
Jim,
is being used.
I
And the
I
first
think-
selectmen's area gets people who come into them and need assistance. I never thought there was a problem with what was going on.
I'm not suggesting there's,
Decisions are being made by social workers and there's intake things, and if somebody needs something, it's something that's limited up to $500.
okay,
It's not a lot of money
all right, maybe.
to be a safety net for our community.
Definitely sounds like there's a pretty thorough process in place.
Yeah, I don't know what the process is. I know that
She
when,
explained it.
I heard that, but I also have heard, we've had internal audits. And we've had the COVID relief fund, and sometimes the process has not worked. And I hear you, maybe somebody needs food, maybe somebody needs something, but again, that applies to a lot of people in town. So I think that we have a responsibility to just make sure that that the process around this is done properly. And we have an established process in place for nonprofits where we fund a lot of money for these sorts of things. And I think everyone here supports that. So if we were to add, a veterans organization to that, I'd be great with that. I would prefer that versus buying gift cards and handing them to people. I don't think that's what we should be doing. That's just my opinion. So I'm just putting it out there, and I think that we should look
So
at
we
it.
should give it to a veterans organization that doesn't have a social worker who's just making,
We should buy gift cards? You think that's a better process?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with
I
that.
think we should buy.
That's like handing out cash, Jim, and I do not agree with that.
We're not doing that.
I
We're doing it from
100%
donations.
agree. If people are hungry, that you should give them gift cards.
I think there's a lot of hungry people in this town. We have a lot of people in this town
Yeah.
who have food insecurity. And very few of them benefit from this. So I think if this is something we want to do as a town, and if this is, if this is something we want to support, that's my concern, that we just are doing it on an ad hoc basis with people who happen to know about this program.
I 100 support it. And the fact that social workers were meeting.
That's fine.
Who could make the referrals to other agencies and.
Okay, I stated my concern and the reasons for it. Okay. And thank you for taking a look at it. All right, any other questions on this budget? I think we're done. So before we adjourn, I have to ask if there's any public comment.
Really, thank all you do.
Yes, thank you very much. No public comment? Okay, motion to adjourn? Come on, you know what.